Morning, Ed. What's going on, Patriot?
What's going on, bud? How's the tournament?
Tournament fishes tomorrow and Saturday.
Got it.
Yeah, I have a jam-packed schedule with it. Just gonna a couple of these spaces I'm not gonna be able to do, so it's all good.
Well, we gotta go do dumb shit once in a while, right? You can't sit on Twitter all the time. It's depressing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, man. Can't wait to start. Summer activities, right?
Yeah, I don't really know what summer is. I've been going over to Idaho a lot because we're still dealing with 45-degree weather here.
Yeah, it's been chilly here. I mean, even this morning it was like 50 degrees, and that's first week of June. It's pretty cold.
Good morning.
Morning, Susie.
How are you this morning?
Oh, just top of the bunch. Good morning, Felicity. Good morning, Carolyn.
Did you
Ed down there.
did you see the tweet I tagged you in, Marlin?
I did. Oh my gosh.
Called it.
Yeah, you did.
I just wanted to say good morning. I'm gonna have to go down to listener because I'm gonna be driving through God only knows where today and not having cell service, but I'll be listening all day.
Oh yeah. Yep. Well, cool. And hey, so yeah. So how you doing, Felicity? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm slowly moving. I had a long night. My daughter had a toothache. She's got a problem with a molar. She's supposed to go to the dentist for it 2 weeks ago, but the dentist office had to shut down because they were in Detroit and, well, one of the little suburb towns. Remember how we talked about the crap spreading? Yeah. There was a shooting on the street in front of the dentist office we were supposed to go to. So, needless to say, we didn't go, and we won't be going to that dentist office. So, I
Wow,
have
that's
something
pretty
scheduled.
bad.
Well, luckily, the local place, which can at least check and make sure there's not an infection, clean it out, and give her something for the pain, and can give us a new referral. They had a slot open this afternoon. So I'm on my
Susie, I'm
like
sorry.
fourth
Hold
cup
on.
of coffee.
Susie, can you mute your mic, dear? Sorry.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No problem. No problem. I'm sorry, Felicity. Go ahead.
No problem. So I'm on like my fourth cup of coffee and moving like it's my first.
Yeah, I've had a couple of cups of coffee. I'm ready to go. Morning, TC. Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Morning, boss. How are you? Good morning, Caroline, Felicity, Susie, Constitution, Patriot. Hope everybody's doing good.
Just another Tuesday.
Sounds harmless enough until it starts.
Another day in my life, also known as controlled chaos.
I like to think of it as organized confusion. Kiwi, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are we?
Just one day closer.
One day closer to what?
I don't know. What are we all working towards?
Well, but slapping a whole lot of people, throwing a whole lot of people in cuffs, suspending a whole lot of people. I don't know, lots of good things.
Oh, no cuffs. That's what happens when the bottle breaks out. I break out in the handcuffs. That's not good. Good morning, Caroline. Good morning.
Good morning, Marlin, Felicity, TC, Kiwi Lass, Patriot Inc., Susie, Elaine, No Quarter. What a pleasure to have you in. Constitution, Ed, I don't know you, and Liz, good morning. I'm having my second cup. I retweeted the space already, and I tagged you in it. So I did my due diligence for right now. Good morning.
Well, thank you. Oh,
And
yeah. A lot
Marlin, you're
going on.
always safe when you end up in handcuffs as long as you arrange a safe word beforehand.
No handcuffs.
Wuss.
Hey, I've been there. I don't want to go back there.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just gonna be listening. I'm at work at the moment, so yeah, I'm gonna be. I'm gonna hear the mic, and you guys. I'm gonna be listening. Have a good day. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Well, thanks for coming in, Ed. So, TC, how's things, man? How was your weekend? All right.
It was pretty good. I had the kids. Had some nice quality time, so it was nice. How was yours?
Good, hectic. My wife is cracking the whip behind me, and she won't let me lay down and take a nap. And I got to keep working and till the garden, cut the lawn, do the weed whacking. I mean, it just never ends.
Hey, listen, we all, at some point we all signed up for that, right? It's kind of like the indentured servant. You knew what you were signing up for.
You know, it's funny. Funny you say that, TC. When I went to ask my father-in-law whether I could marry his daughter, he turned to me and he looked at me. He says, "Do you know what you're doing?" And, I really had to think about that. So I told him yes. And here we are 27 years later.
But aren't we an indentured servant to ourselves, having to constantly serve ourselves all our life?
Yeah, it is a self-serving thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know about self-serving, but it's necessary if you want to live. Yeah, living is work and freedom is risky, correct? So, yeah, I heard you say the weed whacking and the lawn mowing and things like that. Yeah, it is what it is, and I'm constantly doing the laundry, taking care of the animals, and you just heard the one back there do a little bark because he wants to say, "Let me out, Mom, let me out." So go ahead. I just have, and then I'm constantly saying I have to leave a space because I have to make the dinner or the breakfast or something like that. And yeah, so but I signed up for that, right? And I'm so glad because the good outweighs the bad by a long shot. And I know it does for you too, Marlon, because you've got a long lasting good marriage, and that takes work and it takes give and take on both sides. And I remember when my husband asked me to marry him, there was like I would focus on these little things that I didn't like about him, which was a really bad habit. And I had to get out of that habit. So a friend of mine suggested that I write down on a piece of paper what were the pluses and the minuses. And the pluses far outweighed the minuses, and I saw how small-minded I had been to look at these really stupid things that really don't make much of a difference at all. And then I realized also that there was a couple of things that I was just going to have to accept, that part of him. I was going to have to accept it in its entirety. And one of those things is that my husband likes my cooking and he likes my food. And as long as I'm doing that, then I'm pretty good off. Now, sometimes I don't want to do that. But listen, I went into it and it's a contract for sure. And so I just go ahead and do it happily. And in return, I get this great relationship. So, that's my piece on that. On
Well,
a positive note.
it takes two, no doubt about that. I mean, it's not we just come home every day and she's Susie Homemaker, no pun intended, Susie. But to have her home and to cook dinner for me, and that's a pertinent wife, right? That's the ideal. We may not see eye to eye all the time, but it does take definitely a teamwork to complete any kind of family. So great reflection, Caroline. I can tell you that. Good morning, John. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Marlin, and great discussion as I walk into this space. And I'm glad to see that somebody else put something in the bubble about today being D-Day. It's the 79th anniversary of D-Day. And if I could just touch on that for a second or two. The ones that are still alive, the ones who World War II veterans, they, most of them, if not all of them today, got in when they were teens, when they were 17, 18, 16 even. So the ones that are still alive today, I mean, it's just like, it's amazing to me. And I always ask people, honor them while they still walk amongst us, memorialize them when they're gone. So yeah, I've been there. Been to Omaha Beach, and I'm going back actually next year too. There'll be even less, fewer of them next year, and that'll be the 80th anniversary. So I just wanted to touch on that. The other thing is as far as work, I don't like hearing that relationships take work. You have to work at it. And I always, kind of compare that old phrase that, as far as employment work goes, that if you love what you do, it's not work, you know? And I like to draw that comparative to relationships as well. Because I always think of it when somebody says it takes work, like it's hard. It's a hard in a relationship. It takes work. Well, if you love what you do, if you love who you're with, if you love your relationship with your partner, it's not work. So I just wanted to drop that into the mix. And so that's it. Thank you. I'm dropping my anchor.
Well, I do say that in a kind of derogatory way, right, John? So what I meant by it's just the situations that come up, and you got to work as a team, and it's life, right? I mean, money, kids, health, economy. That's a big deal. So.
No,
Yeah,
Marlon, that wasn't
let me
directed at you. I wasn't, and it wasn't directed at Caroline either. I heard the word work, and I totally know I understand the context that you used it in. Totally understand. but it's the others that that will put it in a bad light, a bad connotation. That it's hard work. As far as the relationship in and of itself. So that's what I meant. Thanks.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
Okay.
Let me just kind of elaborate on that also. Um, it depends. Sometimes it depends on a financial situation or something like that. And if you have plenty of money, what did my mom used to say? When bills come in the door, love flies out the window. And so I know that we come from the salad days. Me and my husband, we had to work really, really hard with each other and against our own personal feelings so that we could build a better better life for us together. And that definitely was work. Yeah, especially I think because we were both older, and so we were very much set in our ways. And to I had to do a lot of work on myself, not really work on my husband. I had to do a lot of work on myself to accept him for who he is and not try to change him, because that actually doesn't work. Well, I wouldn't even want to put the effort into that. So, that's where the work thing comes in for me too. So, yeah, but I understand what you're saying, John. It's all good. It's all good.
In some ways, a relationship is work. It's what you put into it to what you're going to get out of it. Whether it's putting into it in a verbal way with your partner, or analyzing your own behavior in a relationship. And work that isn't always fundamentally physically doing something either, but it's certainly enhancing yourself and growing from it too. Your partner should always be an extension of you, not directly an individual person, but still an individual person at the same time. Why I mean an extension of you? The minute you lie to them, you've just lied to yourself. The minute you cheat on them, you've cheated yourself. And that's why I say your partner should always be an extension to you. So having that open forum is certainly going to be part of working together, developing the strengths and the foundations.
Go ahead, John.
Who's up? Am I up?
Hey, just want to turn to my co-host real quick. I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, what's up?
Real quick to Maga and then throw it to John.
No, I'm good. Let's keep rolling. John.
Okay. I believe Patriot had his hand up before me. So if it's okay, Patriot, if he wants to go, I'll go after him.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry about that,
no
Patriot.
worries.
Go
I'll be
ahead.
quick. I don't know how many of you guys watch the crypto space at all or believe in it. I'll just be honest. I think NFTs are a joke and it's a scam. But I have some money in crypto, and I'm getting really sketched out about central bank digital currency all of a sudden because this Fed now thing's supposed to come out July 1st, and then the FEC has filed lawsuits against Binance and Coinbase, and both of them in the last 24 hours, which are the largest crypto trading platforms in the world. And it's very interesting that as the Fed is collapsing and needs to pay off $1.5 trillion worth of debt, they are trying to attack the only money they can't control at the same exact time. And this is all happening in the last 24 hours, and it's sketching me out a little bit, guys. I'll leave that there.
Yeah, definitely want to talk about that. That's that's messed up. That's tripping me out a little bit too. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a shame Brian Hawk isn't in here. When I first met her, this is something I said that they were going to do, especially with the crypto. They can't take us into a one monetary system while crypto is in existence.
makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, John.
Yeah, Patriot. What that brings to mind is a comparative to what I was talking in the space yesterday, and I don't know if you're familiar with Game Tech. Game Tech was in there, and he was very well versed on what I'm about to throw into this mix. I believe it relates to the digital currency, the CBDC, where we're headed, and that relates to the CRT, the transgenderism, all the woke crap that's being thrown at us. I've always asked from day one, is like, where is this all coming from? Who's behind the curtain? You know, you can attack it for like whack-a-mole and just hit each mole as it pops up and you hit it with the hammer. But what's driving the moles up through the board? You know, and so what we talked about was BlackRock and Vanguard as two examples of who's behind the curtain pushing all this crap. What is it? The diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the other three-letter acronym that's being pushed on the companies to force these companies to push the transgenderism crap, all the other garbage that we're seeing now. And there's an interesting video that just came out too about the CEO of BlackRock, who's being interviewed on stage, and he's saying that we have to force behaviors. We have to force behavioral change, and that's what you're seeing now with these companies, with the Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light and Target and all this garbage that's being thrown out there as far as equity and inclusion. So I think this all relates to the currency, to where we're going with digital currency, with control, how the control behavioral change through digital currency. I think it's all tied together. So I just wanted to throw that into the mix. Thank you.
Hey, John, I don't know if you know who Jacinda Ardern is. Flash your mic if you do. Okay, so yep, she's my former prime minister. She actually just got damed. Was it yesterday or the day before? Whatever it was. Anyway, one of the things that she said over here in the first lockdown and about the quarantine, you just triggered it right off in me. She turned around and said it's about installing 2 weeks of sustained propaganda. Isn't that called indoctrination?
Yes.
Yeah, she's one to be wary of because she's all over the World Economic Forum. She's working for Prince William's. She's doing something at Harvard. She's got the Christchurch call, which is for the guns and the silencing of us on media. Yeah, she's got her hands over everything.
Yeah, it's very troubling, and you'll hear it repeated over and over again as far as the New World Order, Great Reset crowd, and anything associated with that BlackRock, Vanguard. Nobody voted for these people. Nobody voted for them.
I know I didn't vote for them. That's the elite. That's the globalist. I mean, that's the same exact thing that we're fighting on the East Coast. We didn't vote for this. We didn't vote to spend $1 trillion. It's insanity. Hey, I just want to turn to Janet. Good morning, Janet. Welcome to the room here. I just wanted to say hello to you. And go ahead, Patriot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, John. I've watched all the documentaries recently. I've been following, Alex Jones for 15 years, right? The WEF and 2030 agenda. If you don't believe that stuff is real at this point in time, go watch some news, right? It's their agenda and their plan is complete in control, and the proof in the pudding is BlackRock, Vanguard, and something Street are the three major hedge funds that own every American company. That's why Target went woke. That's why Bud Light went woke, because they didn't have a choice, because they told them they need their ESG and their DEI, or we're going to lower your stock or whatever. One exciting thing that I do have is Harley Davidson may officially become unwoke. The retard from Puma that was the CEO has officially stepped down as of like 5 hours ago. So there might be some hope still for Harley Davidson, but I'm not going to count on it.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go because I had my hand up and nobody else, Kiwi came after me. So I believe that
Yeah, dear, okay. Go, go, go.
yes, yes, I believe that I'm in line. You sound tired. I know you're working your butt off. Longer hours for people like us. I mean, longer daylight hours for people like us means more work. I actually have come to a point in my life that the winter time is actually a time where I kind of embrace at this point because I get more dark time. So every minute that there's daylight, I am doing something and we are working. So, but anyway, yeah, Patriot Inc. brings up all, he's really smart. The guy's really smart. It's new to my circle. And I'm glad that he's in it. That's for sure. So yeah, we know what's going on. John knows what's going on. We all know what's going on. We can spend hours of every day long talking about what they're doing to us. But what are we going to do about it? That really needs to be the issue. And so what I'm doing is I'm going around and I'm teaming up with other like-minded people to talk straight talk, to talk facts to regular folks who know what's going on. I was in another space this morning and somebody was talking about, looking at, this is a red apple, this is a green apple, where they have, so that making the point that they have, to a very big degree, they have gotten people to self-censor themselves by not saying certain key words that are absolute facts. Those who can control your speech are those who can control you. So we don't want to do that. We want to speak the truth. We want to enlighten other people. We lay down the food. If they would like to pick it up, fantastic. If they won't, then that's okay too. We just move right on and get to the facts of what are we going to do? How are we going to get these people out of office? And, one of my theories or one of my plans is what we do is we primary them, obviously, right? So we don't just use one tool, we use all the tools and we have to use them succinctly. So we primary them, right? So, but we have to have a backup plan in case that primary doesn't work. We have to have a backup plan. We have to have a backup plan to the backup plan, so I'm working on that. I'm getting people in together. We're speaking truth to power, not sitting in the problem. We all know what it is. Heads up, right? Talk the truth and get with your fellows and, make plans. So I like some of the spaces that you guys have about, like the gardening space or the prepping space. I've been prepping for many years. Okay. So I actually, attend those spaces, but every once in a while I'll tune in and it's all good stuff. So, and it's definitely worthwhile, worth listening to. We want to not forget to have fun and lighten up. On some level, usually I start the morning out laughing a bit because that's good for me. And then, we anyone who is trying to divide us, we get away from that, right? Because we know that we all have more in common than we don't. It really is us against them, and they are actually vastly outnumbered. It's our government. It's the politicians. I watched a little bit of Steve Bannon yesterday, and he talked about, primarying them all. And he mentioned, Marjorie Taylor Greene. He didn't mention her by name, but he said, even the ones I like. And that is progress, people. That is progress. Because I remember, a few years ago when Brian Fitzpatrick signed the first infrastructure bill and actually whipped the votes for Nancy Pelosi to get it passed. I mean, she couldn't even get it passed herself. And our Republican helped her get the votes because he's a communist, okay? And Donald Trump had come out and said, every single one of these people needs to be primaried, every single one. But a couple days later, he came out with a list and Brian's name was missing on that. Why? We have to ask our question, why? And I voted for Trump and I'm going to vote for Trump again, unless something really radical happens, but the case is now, we can't, half measures avail us nothing. We have to put the pedal to the metal. It's great to be a nice person. That's wonderful. We want to be nice, but we don't want to put leaders in office because they're nice, or we don't want to be soft on them. I used this analogy in a different space this morning. It's like, like, would we do that in our military? Would we put the man on the front line that can't carry a rucksack or properly handle his weapon? But he's a nice guy, so we like him, so we're going to put him there, and then we're going to give him an extra break. No. We get strong. We do our jumping jacks. We do all of these things. And then, I also had noticed the other day, somebody had said something about sporting. We were talking, the Reverend was in my space, and he was talking about being in coaching a baseball team or something like that. And I really was like, wow, that's really cool. It could be like Spaces is like a huddle. That's the way I saw it. The space is like a huddle in the morning. We huddle, we brainstorm. What did we do today? What worked? Who did we reach out to? What kind of letters did we write? Did we write letters? Did that not work? And then we, boom, after the space, we go into action. So that's just, I'm just throwing stuff out there that I'm learning, and hopefully I'm helping. Pick up what you like, leave the rest, right? Thank you.
Carolyn, that was spot on. And if I could just add something to what you said, and I've said this in other spaces as well, just going into that booth on election day and pulling that lever, that's not enough. People tend to do that, and me myself included. I'm guilty of this. Going in there and voting, and then going back to sleep. And what happens is we blame these politicians, these evil, bad politicians that we even voted for. I can't believe this guy screwed us. But when I went in that booth and pulled the lever and then went back to sleep and didn't keep an eye on that guy and didn't get involved and go to a school board meeting, or didn't go to a county commission meeting to keep an eye on what they're doing, I basically facilitated that. I supported that, him screwing us or her screwing us. Because they're human beings. So when a human being gets into office as a politician, I'm guessing that if nobody's keeping an eye on them, they get a subliminal impression that I can do whatever I want. I can get away with it. Nobody's watching and nobody cares. I worked so hard my campaign to get elected, and nobody cares. Nobody's coming to the meetings. The citizens aren't coming to the meetings to be involved. So if they don't give a crap, why should I give a crap? I'm going to do whatever I want. It's kind of a wicked catch-22. So that's the way I look at it. If you're going to complain about a politician, you really should have gone to meetings all year, all throughout their position of being in power. You should have gone and kept an eye on them all along, not just at the end when you're about ready to boot them out of office. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, if it's okay, let me respond to John. John points out something very important, and he points out the solution at the same time. He's willing to admit that he's part of the problem. Both me and my husband, we regret a lot of stuff that we are in action, and what we have created is an absolute monster. So now, do we not just have to vote them out, but we have to have Plan B if Plan A doesn't, if they lawfare are good candidates and things like that out, and they cheat to stay in, for lack of a better word. I'm not talking about the election on a whole, but I'm saying that the process, they cheat at the process, and they've already chosen the candidates. So John points out the solution by saying that, you know what, I too was part of the problem. And this is very important. Because it's like anything else, right? Unless we recognize our own participation in something, then it's nearly, that means we have no humility. And without, I truly, with all my heart, believe that if I can get an eighth of a teaspoon of humility, boy, that can go an awful long way. And I'm sorry to jump in front of Kiwi last. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Please forgive me. And I yield. Thank you.
Right. So I'm going to stand with you on most of what I could understand. I think you should speak with a couple of people over here who are running into our politics as well, because I think you guys rubbing off on each other can certainly help each other along the way and see it from other perspectives. Why I say that is, like I said, your next elections, the freedom of all Western nations pretty much hinge on it. And this is why I think it's critical to have Trump back in. He already knows about the ABC agencies, and he's been fighting against them since he defunded, which one was it? The WHO or UN, whatever. He defunded one of them. So he's already got these guys in his sight. And I think it's critical to get him in and get a petition on his table, not just from the American, you guys, but it is a global push. We need to start getting rid of these agencies. These are the biggest threat to all our democracies, all our Western nations, and then some, because the insurgents that these nations have created on many nations, the genocide that goes behind their name is off the charts. And this is why I think the next 4 years under Trump is critical. To me, everyone else needs to back down. I think that's the most critical election coming for you guys. But it's not just for you guys. I think that your elections, the world is depending upon you now. And this is how we can stand united, by really getting in behind something like this right now. Because if we can't get Trump back in, the outcast of what that does to all the other nations, it eventually brainwashes the nations, the military. They get weaponized against America. America gets flanked. And this is, I think, part of their military mental capacity of, thinking whatever. I'm not getting it out right, but I think you know where I'm going with this. And it's a strategic move to strip America of its power in society. So Trump, I'm not a big Trump person, but I'm been a Trump person since I was convinced he was going to be the right man for the job, and I'm adamant he still is.
Kiwi, you're spot on. And as far as the three-letter ABC agencies, the WHO, the two-letter agencies, the UN, NIH, all this stuff. What it reminds me of is when we get into this discussions about here in the States, what we call the swamp or the deep state. And all of the three-letter agencies that we have, the FDA, the FAA, the CIA, the FBI, on and on and on. And if you take that back to our founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin was asked, are we a democracy or are we a republic? And his answer was, a republic if you can keep it. And what I believe that meant was that Benjamin Franklin and our other founding fathers, they did a deep dive on all the previous democracies and republics known to mankind. And they watched it and they saw where they rose and they fell. Rome, the Greeks, the Nords, on and on and on. And what Benjamin Franklin had in his little crystal ball, if you will, he knew that someday our government could be an overblown bureaucracy of these three-letter agencies that we've got, and that's the swamp, that's the deep state that we're dealing with.
Exactly.
And now take that on a global level with the WHO and all of these global three-letter agencies, and that's the global swamp, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And you take me back to a couple of things. One, what happened in 1871, which was the slow incursion of the crown coming back into America, which sets you up to the way you are today, to be just so overrun by all of this stuff. Two, when Trump was what do you call it? Oh, when he's sworn in anyway. He turned around and said he handed the country back. Is that what you're trying to inaugurate? Yeah, inaugurated. He said he handed the nation back to the people. He was turning it back into a republic. And that's what was really essential. But the people needed to get up too and say that they recognized him as the president of the republic, not the democracy. And I think that's what would have made a difference if the people had have come together for that. To me, it's something I've sort of get a grasp of a bit of this. I have for years, and I've even helped write some stuff and that. But to me, that's what really mattered. It was about the people. You don't select your leader Okay, no, sorry. Your leader doesn't select you. You guys select your leader. He handed that nation back to you at the inauguration. This is after his election. You just need it to come back and say, we the people hereby appoint one Donald Trump as the rightful president of a republic. To me, that there would have solidated the republic back to where it should have been.
Kiwi, what you just described was January 6th.
I'd like to jump in. Can I jump in, Marlon?
Hey, hold on one second. And then, yes, we'll go right to you, Carolyn. So, hey, I just want to remind everybody in the state of New Jersey, today is primary day, right? So we're going to find out the snakes after today. The people that have successfully broken my GOP up in a couple different counties, and it's all going to come out in the wash today. So pretty exciting, pretty pumped up to see. So I'm sorry, Carolyn, go ahead.
No, don't be sorry. Oh. Boy, that's a strange feedback. Can you hear me properly, or do I have feedback?
Nope, you're good.
Oh, that's really weird on my end. Okay, listen, I wanted to just push back a little bit on to what Kiwi had to say about having the others back down, because we have to let the process, we have to preserve the process. We have to preserve it as tempting as it is not to. We have to preserve the process. Process, we have competition, and competition builds strength. Iron sharpens iron, and we must have the strongest leader. And we need to preserve the process, and abandoning it would be a big error, in my opinion. The means wouldn't justify, or the ends wouldn't justify the means. And no matter what my personal feelings line up with Kiwi. I'm like, oh, here comes another one. But the thing is listen, I have to put my personal feelings aside, and because that's what a good steward, I think, of our Constitution is, to put my personal feelings aside and go with the process. The process should work, and we need to restore the process, and we need to take it back from these people that are thieving, and
So, Carolyn, to your point, it's not the process that's broke; it's the enforcement of the process.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I'm just going to tend to agree with you, Carol. I just wish it would, because we know what's at stake. That's all. I'm just weighing up that other value that they're not going to look at. Because everything hinges in this right now with what they've got signed against all our nations, these treaties. We're in uncharted territory, and we've got to maneuver. And as for the J6, no, it should have been done when he was inaugurated, not at J6 after that event. No, it should have been done the week he was inaugurated, and that's what would have solidated it.
I'm not going to discuss the J6 right at this moment, because I'm not prepared to. I just want to go back to the process. No matter what, we have to follow the process, and no matter how painful it is, we have to follow it. There can't be a time where we say, well, this one time we're setting it aside. It is a bad precedence. And the whole thing is listen, if at the end of the day, we realize after 250 years that the process doesn't work, then we should reevaluate. But until then, we follow the process. That's my personal opinion. That's good for our country. I wish a lot of people wouldn't be running, but they're going to be falling out of the race anyway. It's just, it is what it is. I say, let the process, let the competition go, let everybody show who they are. So there's a good thing about this process too, about letting all these people come out and talk, and show themselves exactly who they are. If you let people talk long enough, they will tell you who they are and what they're about. They can only lie for so long. So, okay. But I'm in agreement with you. I mean, my feelings is in agreement with you. I wish it wouldn't be happening, but it is. And we have tools to deal with that. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and yield, and I'm going to drop down because I'm having some weird issues about hearing. And it's like I'm getting some feedback. So I'll come back up. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Hey, real quick before we go to Patriot and John, I want to go to a new speaker, Brian. Good morning. What do you have to add?
Hey guys, hope everyone's having a great day so far. I just wanted to say something I think Kiwi was talking about. She was talking about when Trump was inaugurated, when they had the inauguration dinner. He was speaking to I guess all those political people, and he was saying that Hillary Clinton, he was walking past her and she bumped into him, and she said, "Pardon me," and everyone started laughing. I think that goes to show like all of this stuff that's going down has been, I guess, overall written, if that like makes sense. Because before when they were going against each other, before he was president, he was saying that she wanted her to go to jail. But as soon as he was inaugurated, he at the inauguration dinner, he said that she bumped into him and she said, "Pardon me." I'll say that real quick.
So, Brian, it's funny you bring that up because I do remember that. And if you remember back, wasn't it Trump that actually said to leave her alone after they destroyed and bleached the hard drive and destroyed the phones? Wasn't he the one that said, "Oh, we'll just let it go. We'll let it continue"? I guess he is the one that said that. Patriot.
Yeah, I mean, on the Hillary thing, the problem is the system is corrupt, right? Trump tried to investigate her for 4 years, and we just recently found out that once Biden was elected, they shredded everything that was investigating the Clinton Foundation. So it's a disaster, right? My issue that I'm running into, guys, is we don't have a backup plan here, right? We have so much hate against DeSantis, and it's an issue because my main thing that I'm worried about right now, and I will just say this clearly, and I don't care what the feds have to say. If they truly want to put Trump in prison.
Hello, I can't hear anything. I might have to drop down.
All right, Brian. No, Brian, I'll take care of that.
But as far as the Trump situation, right? I mean, there's multiple sources this morning that are saying that the Mayorkas is going to bring charges against him this week for the documents. Just crap show, right? I look at the global situation, 4 years worth of Russian disinformation, 2 impeachments, 3 cases right now. They are doing everything they possibly can to make sure that he does not run again. And I don't see anybody giving us a backup idea, right? It's Trump's going to save the country, and I absolutely think that he can. But I also think that the globalists are not going to let him run in 24, guys. I really believe that.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, indictments, impeachments. Yes, he has battled going uphill, snow to his eyebrows. Absolutely. Okay, John.
Yeah, totally agree, Marlon. As far as what Carolyn said about the process, we have a process as painful as it may be. She's right. She's totally right. But if you look back to our own Declaration of Independence and our own revolution, there might have been some back then saying, "Hey, no, 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 no. We have a process. We can petition King George, and right the ship that way." But that wasn't the way to. Obviously, that wasn't the way to go, and we went the other route. So January 6th, when I bring up January 6th, I don't mean what happened in the Capitol. I mean what happened over at the Ellipse, over at the South Lawn. That was a peaceful demonstration. And, you see the pictures of that, and I've never seen so many people in all my life. Americans that have come from both coasts across to D.C. to display their displeasure of where this country's going. And so that was a process, and that was a peaceful process, and that was the right way to go. And that's the way it needed to go. As far as Hillary goes, I believe Trump probably looked at her as small. They were bigger fish to fry than her, and maybe that was why he decided to leave, quote unquote, leave her alone.
Well, also, I think
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton is actually dead, but they have a clone of Hillary right now.
And I'll end on this, Marlon, if I could. I've said this before in other spaces, so this will be a repeat to some, I know. I've read the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers. This is the precursor to our Constitution, where our founding fathers, like I said before, did the deep dive. If you think our nation is divided now, oh my God, read the Federalist Papers, because there were politicians back then that wanted 4 separate territories, which is basically 4 separate nations within a nation. and they got through that just fine. And the next up was the Civil War. Talk about a divided nation. Oh my God, excuse me. And we got through that just fine. And I'll stop there because I'm choking.
You know, John, you bring up a good point. I mean, even the race riots in '67, right? That was bad times. This country was totally divided. Great examples. And before we go to Carolyn and Kiwi, I just want to turn to Iceman. How you doing, Iceman? Welcome to the stage. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning there, boss. Good morning, Matt, Caroline, Carol, John, Janet, everybody that's in the room. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're late getting here, but thanks for the co-host slot, and I'm here to help in any way I can.
Cool. Go ahead, Caroline.
Because I had dropped down, I didn't hear. I think it might have been the Bryant guy, but I'm not sure. But to the gentleman, which I believe was Bryant, to his end about them not letting Donald Trump win or not letting this and letting that happen is actually more damaging to the air quotes them. Okay, and and they know, conspiracy everywhere, and look at this and look at that, and this airplane that just.
Carolyn, you're breaking up even worse now.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding! Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're still a little in and out there.
Okay.
You're good
okay.
now. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, to the gentleman's end about them not letting Donald Trump win or not letting him run. Okay. So that's why they're doing the, arresting him and this and that and the other, because if they do what they really want to do, which is stop him, then they will be showing themselves and exposing themselves for exactly who they are, open tyrants. And so we can use this to our benefit, that we stand by, like with the GOP and the way they ignore Scott Pressler. And what we do is we apply the pressure, but we stand by. We stand by and say, so what are you going to do? And eventually they will have to make a move. Okay, we are in checkmate. We are in check right now. Okay, but they are going to have to, everybody's in check right now. Okay, they are going to have to make a move. And it is, to a degree, we have to use discernment. We have to work hard from the inside out. And we have to make them show us exactly who they are. And then the massive amount of American people that will push back, and they know it, okay, that will push back on them, they won't be able to overcome that. So we want to expose them for the open tyrants they are. So let them try to, it's going to be quite something to watch the GOP not nominate Donald Trump. It will be quite the dance. And I'm not making judgments at them, but it's going to be quite the dance. I want to see. Let's see it. Let's all see it. So that's what I have to say about that. Thanks so much for giving me the mic. I see you got a cue now.
No problem. Kiwi, go ahead, and then we'll go to Divisive.
Okay, going back to the papers, first prayer of Continental Congress, 1774. I think would have to be one of my favourite part of the documents. Carol, you're absolutely you're right on. I'd like to see this too. But going back to you, John. See, when you had your elections and Trump won, Plan B was set in play. And Plan B was New Zealand. So John Keyes, who was our Prime Minister at the time, he was national. He all of a sudden resigned after talking about running for a fourth term. And what that did was weaken the National Party, which gave way to the Labour Party for elections the next year, which happened. But that only happened on a coalition deal. It was a three-way party coalition, which was the Green Party, I think it was New Zealand First, and Labour was at the Maori Party, New Zealand First and Labour. Anyway, that was for the first elections. And why they needed the socialist female in order was Hillary was designed to go for the gun grab, create some false flag and go after the guns. Well, it didn't happen, but it happened over here. And out of that, Jacinda has skyrocketed and elevated so drastically over the whole world over how she handled this event over here and what she did to New Zealand in the process. So we had a whole year of being cornered and snapped out before the pandemic fell down. She was also one of the ones, she's a World Economic Forum. She's one of the ones that has been barking in the background with the UN, EU, WHO. And these are the ones that then are being barking down on Trump and, all these other entities coming into play as well. So there is absolute foreign interference into your political system through our governments, through these ABC agencies. And we're slowly starting to see the agencies fold. Everything's starting to come out, FBI, CIA, all this other stuff to do with Biden and all that, which is all slowly getting tied. So we've just got to keep getting these whistleblowers out into the open, but we've also fundamentally, as the people, we need to also start protecting these people and standing up and being a stronger voice for them, because without these guys we wouldn't be in the traction that we're in right now. We would be way behind the goalpost.
Well, they keep moving the goalpost. That's the problem. Divisive, welcome to the stage, buddy. What do you have that?
Hey, thank you, Marlin. Yeah, I just want to say that if people aren't paying attention to what's happening in our government right now, I mean, there is clearly some internal civil war stuff happening right now. The FBI, the House Oversight Committee, is saying they can't keep their own whistleblowers safe right now. They're afraid that a whistleblower that has information on the president committing crimes is going to be killed. The SEC investigation into the insider trading of many of our corrupt politicians was just completely axed. The entire division, the IRS division that was investigating Hunter Biden's crimes that were found on his laptop, they're completely axed. Someone pointed out that the crimes that Hillary Clinton committed on her email server, all that investigation was shredded. The documents were shredded. You have right now the SEC is suing Binance. They're suing Coinbase because the entire economic system is starting to fail and the big banks are cannibalizing these regional banks, and now they're going after the assets that people are running to protect themselves from that incoming disaster that's inevitable. There's no way around it. So if you look right now, there are factions within our own government that are cannibalizing each other. Political prisoners are being arrested. One side is impeaching members of the other side, so the other side retaliates by bringing impeachments against other members from the other party. I mean, this is not a first world republic anymore. There is a lot of open corruption happening in the halls of our Congress right now. I mean, how crazy is it that the FBI says that they can't protect a whistleblower, but they protect mobsters every day? I mean, they put people in witness protection program. And who are they afraid is going to kill an FBI whistleblower? Who is that? A CIA death squad, a private mercenary? I mean, what are they really concerned about? And if we think this is just a problem that we're going to be able to vote our way out of, you're completely ridiculous.
Divisive. I completely agree with you. It's so bad that you look at New York City, okay? Now, I don't know.
Yeah, hold on. Andre, sorry, buddy. Yo, it's all good. I'm glad you came up to share. But Bryant and Patriot, I'm sorry, Bryant was in front of you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Dude, yeah, that's all right.
Hey,
yeah, Bryant.
So I'll just say this real quick. I mean, I think overall we all chose to live this life, and I don't think it's good or bad. I think that the government, they're all testing upon us like we're a petri dish, and they put these tests upon us to see how we react. But we shouldn't be overall. I mean, we could point out who's the bad guys, but if you even look at the word government, govern means control and rule, and ment means it comes from Latin, which means mente, which means mind. So it's mind control. So it's better if we all chose this life. It's not that we came here to choose what's good or bad. It's more, to understand the higher understandings of life. But dang, my fucking train of thought just went away from me. Um,
No problem. We'll come right back to you, man.
all right, awesome.
Yeah, Andre.
I believe Patriots next. There, his hands up.
No, you were first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's all
You're
good.
paying better attention than I am. Thanks a lot. You're a good host. Going back to New York City. Now I don't know if this is orchestrated. I mean, I'm not going to get a conspiracy here, but the facts of the matter is in New York City over the last few months or whatever the timeline may be, they have took an Airbnb and made it to where they had to push them basically out of the city. Now Airbnb is suing New York City because the regulations are getting so intrusive that they can't rent rooms, they can't do the business. But yet you've seen the mayor yesterday come out and say that they're going to be offering private residence to immigrants coming in. This is craziness. Okay, this is absolutely craziness. Now the country's under weapons of mass migration. I don't know who's doing it, but it's clearly happening. And now we have governors that are actually doing the same thing in the United States, where they're flying people around. Now I know it's great ops, right? DeSantis flies the migrants to Martha's Vineyard or California or wherever. Abbott's busting them all over the country. I mean, Trump sent them back to their own country. So I mean, there's definitely disparity here, but it's weapon now that our own governors are taking people and flying around and attacking other governors. We need to unite completely against all of these divisions and all of these tactics. Like I don't see how it's going to work, but there's something clearly happening. You can look at New York City; it's always an indicator, what happens first, and then you can branch off from there. But it's pretty crazy. Divisive content there had some good points with that. It's getting mad. Stay focused, stay healthy, move forward, and I would just say get small teams. I mean, we're just talking about like teams that support you, because speaking out against all this stuff is pretty draining on whatever level you're at with it. So make sure you have people around you that really bring you up and lift you up and stuff like that. Don't let the doxing get you down. If you're going to be speaking at anything to do with this, you're going to get doxed. So deal with it. Your employers, your whatever, you're going to get doxed. So deal with it. Move forward. Stay focused. Stay as healthy as you can, which is hard. You want to eat bad with the pressure, blah, blah. Keep it going, guys. All right. I'm going to sit here and listen. And then fortunately, I got to go back to work to pay all those taxes that we got to pay. Okay. I'll stay here for a little bit and listen in, though. Thank you.
Andre, you landed in a great space, man. We're all about community. And don't worry, they're all depending on you. You have to go out and make money and pay your taxes so that they can use all the money. That's what happens. And I'm glad you came up and shared, man. And I'm right next door in New Jersey, so I know your pain, man. I know your pain all too well.
Thank you, sir.
Patriot.
Great hosting. Thank you.
No problem. Great to have you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Patriot.
Yeah, the host and Caroline know that I can go on this topic for probably 10 days, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to tell everybody in this group, we've realized that the justice system, the big banks, everybody is weaponized against us, including the FBI, right? They're coming after us. All I'm going to say is for anybody in this group, if you're doing any prepping or you're buying any pew-pews, all I'm going to tell you is you need to start using cash or you need to start using crypto, because it's been proven that the big banks and Chase and Wells Fargo and Capital One and all these companies are more than willing to hand over all your bank transactions to the feds without your consent. So, if you know that the feds are after you or they're watching you, I highly recommend that you be smarter with the decisions that you're making. And I'll leave it there, guys.
Yeah,
Always a pleasure, Patriot. Always a pleasure. I like the way you're looking at things helps me make better decisions, helps every American in this space make better decisions. So thank you. Okay, Kiwi.
yeah, we're going into the open banking next year. So far, it's 4 of the banks. Mind you, we're only a small country, so there ain't many more left after that one. So I'm going to try and merge back over to credit union. I only got away from it because I moved into a town that doesn't have it. Um, just with what Andrew was saying, and I mentioned it last night, and it's bizarre because I don't do coincidences either, that today's D-Day. What's with the weapons over in South America, the American weapons directed for Ukraine? Why are they in South America? And here's the question. Isn't it your military that should be watching them go over? And if so, how did they end up in South America? This is a little bit scary when you want to think about it. What are the American weapons doing there that are directed for Ukraine? I don't necessarily believe they were stolen at all. That's just not a give to me. So anyone with a good explanation or no more on that, that would be nice to talk about as well, because that's a major threat right now.
It's funny, Kiwi, you brought that up. There was I think we talked about it yesterday. There was an article that our javelins are showing up in Colombia. So there you go. And hey, quickly before we go to goats, just want to turn to Iceman. You think you could run it for 2 minutes? I just got to step away.
Of course, got you covered. In that case, I think you said Caroline was next.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and thanks for letting me have the mic because I'm doing chores in between. I wanted to just bring up the fact that MAGAMission, if you go to their website, they have like a global walkout. It's called Global Walkout, I believe, and they're joined up with them. I don't know whether Kiwi, I would imagine she is involved in that. You don't have to respond, but I know that that's happening, and that's a good thing. And then I just wanted to bring up, in the spirit of D-Day, Andrew.
You're a rubber banding girl.
Oh, jeez. Are you kidding me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that Andrew brings up by example the hard truth, okay? So, we can't fight and be brave and be hiding at the same time. And, don't be afraid to be doxxed. A lot of people are afraid to be doxxed because they think that will hurt them. It's been my experience that the louder my voice, the safer that I am, because more people know that I'm going out against some of these politicians, and it kind of disarms them because I say it out loud. I say, no, nobody better. If they do anything to me, when they threaten me and they send me letters and they send their goons around to me, I get right on the computer and I dox them. And I say, look what our congressman has done to me. Look at what his team members have done to me. Now, of course, I have receipts for that. I have receipts for that and pictures and things like that. So I turn the tables on them and take their power away from them. We have got to have the mentality of the young men that fought on D-Day. We have to have that mentality. And Andrew shows it. He didn't just say it, he shows it. And this is good. This is good that he landed in our room and or in this room, and which is actually not my room, but it's Marlin, Maga's, and Iceman's room. But this is a good addition to our thing here. So in any case, my dog is barking again. So I'm so sorry. I gotta go. Thanks. I yield.
Well, hey, Carolyn, you got to remember something. It's your room. It's everybody who takes a mic's room. Now, the people that are on stage are far more important than the people that are running the room. And I want everybody to think about that and keep that in mind. You guys are what makes the room the room. It's not us. We could stand up here talking for hours about all that we know, but you may know something we don't. So let's keep it moving. Go.
And these Twitter
Welcome.
Spaces are the best of the best out of Instagram Lives or Facebook Lives. The Twitter Spaces, the creme de la creme.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. Go. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Iceman. Doing good. Thank you. Good morning, Maga, Marlin. Thanks for the space as always. Love it. Hey, I just had a question. Talking about banking and Kiwi just brought up something. I've always been with a credit union, and just it's because it was a bank my mom was with when I was young, and I've been with it since I was like 15 years old. And but I've heard in this, talking about banking and stuff as we're going through our economy, that the credit unions are better than regular banks. Could someone explain, give me a rundown on what the positives are for the credit union versus a standard bank? I'd appreciate some information on that. Thank you.
I know over here, when you are banking with credit union, you become a shareholder. And I do know over here, when they had certain meetings and big decisions to make, they would host a little day where you can go in and talk with them while they're all there together and come to a consensus as a group of people that bank in that one section of credit union. I know that's what happens here. So you're fundamentally part of the fabric of it.
You got it, Kiwi. Yeah, I've been using credit unions now for probably the last 15, maybe 20 years. Number one, the interest is better. Number two, you're not just a client. You are actually a shareholder. Therefore, on a yearly shareholders meeting, you can actually go to your credit union and say, I want to speak. And they will give you a chance to voice your opinion on what they're doing, where they're investing their money. Like right now, the big thing seems to be in the credit union industry. Everybody's trying to get their investments out of BlackRock because we all realize that that's not a good investment to let them take control of all the money in the United States. Right now, I think they're either number one or number two is the richest corporation in the world. Let that one sink in. They scare our own government. They make decisions for us that we wouldn't make normally, and that's part of the big problem. But I've heard this was part of the discussion when SVB first crashed, how everybody is being drawn toward credit unions. I still can't figure, or not drawn, being pushed toward them. I haven't really gotten a good answer as to why, but it seems that the government might feel that it's easier to control the credit unions for some reason, which I can't see how. I know the membership will be up in arms about any movements made, but it seems that the government's trying to get us away from the big banks. So I think eventually the big banks are going to try to take over the credit unions. But I'm really not a banking person, folks. So this is more my opinion and what I heard other people say. So I'm just going to shut my pipe on that one. But I've been using them for years. I even use an out-of-state credit union because I get better rates. But that's the main benefit, the fact that you can actually vote on the direction of where your banking is going versus having a board of trustees that decides what you're going to do with Citibank. Pick any of the big ones. But that's the major difference. You actually have a voice in where your money's invested and what your yields can be. That's my understanding. Like I say, if anybody's got any more, I would absolutely appreciate it. I think it was Kiwi next and then Patriot.
Yeah, I just want to finish up with Kiwi Bank. One of the things with Kiwi Bank, it has a minimum you save, which is here in New Zealand, it was $5 was the minimum to save. And then that just ticks over. And if you want to save more than that a week, that's cool. That goes into one account. And what happens is you can draw against that, get a loan against that money in your savings. And that's what also allows them to run the business or run the bank in that style. There are so many aspects to it that it's great. I know here in New Zealand we had our own friggin' funeral policies and all that we could do through the bank and all of these other sections. Like I said, I haven't been with them for 7 years now, but I'm certainly going to get back with them with what's going on. Definitely worth a look at. And it's what you're saying, Iceman. I think they're trying to get a lot of people to move over to the multi-big banks, but a lot of people have always wavered on the credit union and they've gone over there. But if you're a private entity or a small business or anything like that, this is where they get to break you. Watch how they've been breaking all the ma and pa businesses around the world in their own countries. Look how they're breaking the small monopoly stuff and bringing in the big monopoly stuff. So just as soon as they get them all sorted again, you watch another break coming after the big break. We haven't got to the big break yet. But watch the next breaks that come in after that. This is what will collapse the credit unions and that.
You could be very right, Kiwi. Hey, Goat, I'm sorry I didn't give you a chance. I hope that answered some of your questions, and I hope everybody else might be helping here. If you'd like to respond.
Yeah, it did. Thank you, and it gives me a sense of responsibility where I can get in there and maybe make my voice heard there. And the other thing I was going to add is this bank I've been with, it's Teachers Credit Union. It's out of Indiana, and I've been there since like I said, like 1990, and I've been Teachers Credit Union forever. And I just got an email this morning that they're changing their name. They said in the email they're not being bought out, they're not being anything like that. They're just changing their name to better reflect blah 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 blah. And so that was kind of another thing I was just wondering there, and so yeah, thanks for all the information. Anybody else got anything else? I definitely listen.
Well, you're quite welcome, Goats. Welcome to the space as usual. Always a pleasure to hear you in here. Go ahead, Patriot. You're waiting patiently over there.
I mean, I come into a lot of spaces, guys. I don't claim to be a genius on anything, but I just try to do my best and look at the big picture on every subject, right? If you look at the big picture, it kind of explains things versus looking at one little thing that's going on. And if we look at the big picture here, right, this Fed Now thing is supposed to start July 1st. The Fed Now thing is only going to start with the major 6 banks. You look at SVB and these other couple banks that have collapsed recently. Who bought them out? JP Morgan bought them out, right? You look at, they're going after Binance and they're going after Coinbase now because they can't be controlled by this Fed Now service. And, I love credit unions. I bank with 3 separate credit unions currently. But if we just look at the big picture of what's going on here, I think eventually they're going to collapse everything but the major 6. They're going to force you into the major 6. And then they're going to force that into digital currency because nobody's talking about this Fed Now thing. It's going live with the big 6, July 1st. If you bank with Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, the federal government is going to see every single one of your transactions starting July 1st, right? It's us leading into that situation, and it's definitely a scary situation. But credit unions are fantastic now until the federal government decides they're no longer necessary. And I'll leave it there.
Patriot, and you see a push for this ever since they announced they wanted to hire 80,000 IRS agents and make you claim anything over $600 in online sales. I mean, this is, I'm not a Robert Kennedy supporter, but I was in a pretty big space yesterday and we listened to the entire thing. And one of the things he said was, the out of control nature of the Fed has caused some of our biggest problems geopolitically because of the damage it has on the countries that buy U.S. Treasury bonds. It causes a lot of international problems when you have the Fed raising interest rates, and a year before they decide to raise the rates, they've sold Treasury bonds to all these foreign countries who are then getting destroyed by the inflation and the devaluing of the dollar. This isn't just a domestic issue. This is a way they use to screw foreign countries who are also trying to pull their economies out of poverty. I mean, it's a real problem, and if most people don't don't understand this stuff because the American public education system doesn't teach you finance. It doesn't teach you how the Federal Reserve works. Most people, when Ron Paul was running for president, didn't even know the Federal Reserve was a private bank. And he even pointed out that when his uncle, John F. Kennedy, tried to switch the Fed's power and reinstitute silver and gold certificates on our treasury notes, that after he was killed, the first thing they did was go back to full fiat, even though he was already producing the Kennedy Fives. And if you have a Kennedy Five, you can notice at the top of that money, it doesn't say Federal Reserve note. It says U.S. Treasury note, or it says, and it's got a stamp that says silver certificate in the center of it. So, I mean, this is a real problem, and it seems like this isn't a plan that has been happening since SVB collapsed. This has been in place since they got rid of Glass-Steagall, since they got off the gold standard in the 70s. I mean, this has been a long-term play, and you're right. Where is the American will? The Americans in the 1980s would have lost their mind if the government said, hey, we're going to look at every single incoming and outgoing transaction you do with your bank without a warrant. People would have clearly seen that as an invasion of privacy. The public will would have stood against it, and they knew they would have never been able to pull it off. But we have such a demoralized and uneducated populace now that they figure they're just going to do it and no one's going to complain because they'll be watching Netflix or they'll be too busy dealing with the inflation and worried about what's going on in their kids' schools. So,
well, there's lots of shiny objects for us to focus on, lots of stuff. Unbelievable. You're right, divisive. It's they have trillions of dollars in bonds. Trillions in bonds. They're gonna call it. They're gonna call them. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna cash them in. They're gonna try and cripple us. I think Kiwi was next. Ice or Patriot?
I believe it was Patriot.
Yeah, guys. I mean, we sit here and I'm just like trying to rack my brain around how is it that 95% of Americans are just completely effing clueless as to what's going on. Nobody is paying attention to anything anymore. And then you really look at what's going on. I mean, information and real facts in America have become so hard to get that unless you're on Citizen Free Press or Liberty Daily or Red Voice or Twitter, you're not getting any real news. They're not telling, the government isn't telling any facts. None of the mainstream media is telling you any facts. And the mainstream media is so retarded nowadays, they don't even cover real stories. They cover the same 6 topics all day long, over and over and over again. And I don't know what it's going to take to wake people up, guys, because it's like slowly you have a couple people here and there that are waking up to what's going on. But the rest of the population watches Fox News or CNN and just listens to whatever they say or whatever the federal government says. And I think that is one of the major issues that we're running into is nobody cares enough to pay attention because they're just clueless in their lives. And they care more about what Kim Kardashian's doing than what their government's doing to them.
Yeah, well, I heard it late in the space yesterday. We were talking about Gen Z and Gen Y and all. And one of the reasons it seems that they aren't getting politically involved is because they're comfortable. Think about it. Those of us that grew up in the 60s and 70s remember what it was like to be uncomfortable. And now all of a sudden these kids, all they care about is that they have Wi-Fi, that they can be on their phone, that they can do whatever they want to do, and that's it. So that's why I think they're politically inept is, I don't know, maybe that's a wrong way of putting it, but that seems to be the problem. As long as people are comfortable, they're not going to do anything because they don't ever remember what it was like to not be comfortable. Think about that. I can go back to I'm like I always say, I'm probably the oldest one in the room. I started out with a black and white TV. Multiple TVs in the house? No. Cell phones didn't exist. You had the 18-foot cord that you yanked all the way into your room so that you could talk by yourself. So, I even go back to the days of dial phones. Kids today, you give them a dial phone and they wouldn't know what to do with it. And I think that's part of our political problem right now is that the younger generation is so comfortable they get whatever they need, whatever they want. Let's stop the need thing, because these kids, a 12-year-old does not need a cell phone unless it calls 911, mommy and daddy, period. It shouldn't allow any incoming calls except from those three. That would be how I would do it if I had kids today. I'm hoping my daughter takes care of my grandkids that way, that they don't see a cell phone until they're about 14 or 15. But with this generation, who knows? On that, I'm going to shut my pie hole unless Marlin's got something to add or MAGA wants to jump in, and then we're going to go to Kiwi.
Dad, I'm good. Throw it to Kiwi. Get the goats.
All right, cool. So going back to divisive, it was the UN deal of 1770, in the 1770s, I think 77, the trade deal. And that's where they started collapsing all of us. But this is, you're right about how it hurts our other nations, but a lot of this is in cahoots with each other. This isn't solely an American issue, even though it sits on American hands and signatory and government and policies and you name it that comes out of America. So it fundamentally falls on you, but how much of it has been part and parcel to our government and our medical team, and same with Australia, same with Britain. It's a collaborative. They're not working for America. They're working for a corporate, and that's part of the problem. That's why it needs to go back to being a republic. While it sits in the set corporation of London, is why we have these big upsets. But my own nation is ignorant too, because we solely will turn to our MedSafe, but our MedSafe stuff doesn't usually get passed unless the FDA or some other big agency gets passed first. So again, our own ignorance here has been our undoing to part of this. So we're part and parcel to the problem. And our governments are collectively the big issue to our problem. As a collective, you're not solely in this on your own. Our government is aiding your government. That's as simple as it gets. There's more to that, but I'll get to that at another point. And as for Patriot, our media are now paid opposition. Our mainstream media are paid opposition. They stand with the government that stands against your foundations, your sovereignty, and they want to strip us of all of it. We're moving into an extreme apartheid here, and even looks like there is going to be a coup on our elections. So we're making for some very interesting times. And we need to be steadfast, because they're maneuvering a lot of these ideals right around the world. The same with the LGBT ideal. They're maneuvering all of these systematically in the world. And Iceman, I can remember having a party line, okay?
That was a big deal. Come on, the day that the cordless phone came out, wow, that was unbelievable.
Marlin, can I make a quick comment on that, just because of, I had to cover RFK Space yesterday, and he said something that goes exactly with what Kiwi was talking about.
Sure, go ahead. And then Goats will wait. He's good. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So Kiwi, yesterday in RFK's speech, he talked about his relationship with Roger Ailes, who everyone knows ran Fox News. And there was an interesting moment when he said, that despite our political differences, I maintained a friendly relationship with Roger Ailes. And one day he told me that I could never go on his network and talk about the vaccines. And the reason that was because 80% of the advertising revenue for the network was coming from Big Pharma. And then he went on to expand on that and say that, have you ever noticed how when you're watching news, you'll see an ad for something like Raytheon or Halliburton, and these are companies that sell, tanks, they sell missiles, they sell drones. And you're not going to be buying a missile. I mean, you just can't do it. So the reason that they're running these ads on these networks, even though none of the consumers can buy the product that they're running the advertisement for, which is, clear, anyone with a brain knows that, is because they wanted to have influence over the news network. We'll pay you money to advertise this, military industrial complex company that no citizen in the United States can actually participate in buying the product. But by running this ad and giving you the advertising revenue, we'll have influence over what you put on the news. And I thought that was a really good example. And again, I'm not an RFK supporter. We are too far apart on the environmental issues, the gun control issues. But yesterday in that conversation with Elon Musk, he hit on some of our real problems, some of the problems that you hear in conspiracy spaces on Twitter. But he was able to talk about these things in a real way, humanize these issues, because he had access to these elites. Being a Kennedy gave him access to these people like Roger Ailes and Rupert Murdoch and the people in the halls of Congress. And he was able to weave this story together, how big pharma and big business have completely taken over our media, and it's all about the money. So you're right.
Everything's about the money. Yeah, goats.
Thanks, Marlon. And to just go a little step further on what Divisive was just talking about, I don't know if it was the Elon space, because I watched the Jordan Peterson interview yesterday too, so I may be conflating on what information was where, but how he tied that to Obamacare and how Obama had to get in with the big pharma, and that's when big pharma really became that giant donor for the Democratic Party. To get Obamacare and the Democrats in bed with each other. So I think that was a very good point, Divisive, and the way he did put that all together was very interesting.
That was the RFK space, Goats. That was it. And right after that, he said that deal with Obama is when the Democrats became pro-war, pro-censorship, and pro-big pharma. That's exactly what he said.
Yep. And then to Iceman's point a minute ago, what he was saying, how long have we been warned about comfort? We've been warned about comfort since the beginning. The founding fathers warned us about comfort. So we've known about the dangers of comfort forever, and we've failed to listen. So maybe now we can figure it out a little bit. But thanks for letting me talk, guys.
Always a pleasure, Goat. Always a pleasure. Yeah, I don't know. I look at I'll give you an example. What happened last night? There was a car accident in my neighborhood. Apparently, it wiped out a transformer pole, or partially wiped it out. My power went on and off like 5 or 6 times. I turned around. First thing I told the wife was, I said, shut all the breakers. We'll pull out the candles until this gets straightened out before it blows something in my house, because my lights went on and off like 5 times in a minute. I'm like, there's something wrong with the main power supply. Maybe they're browning out the area, because we had like an 80-degree day yesterday. So, but I couldn't figure it out. But I thought about it for a second. There I was even panicking a little. I'm like, holy shit, I can't watch TV. I can't, I don't have air conditioning. I gotta go back to opening my windows. I thought about all of that. These kids never experienced that stuff. Air conditioning, when I was a kid, yeah, it was open 2 windows and hope for a breeze. But yeah, I don't know what else to say on that. But yeah, some really weird shit's been going on lately. Whoop, sorry, I got to watch my whatever word you want to use for it. Go ahead, Kiwi, bail me out here.
You mean you've got to watch your P's and Q's, okay? Look, panic's going to be a natural thing. Even the most prepared person, okay, will rethink as they're getting their shit together, what maneuver to make. So there is always going to be that little point. Some of us will get our shit together a lot faster than others, and some of us are just going to be absolutely diabolical mess. And that's just a simple fact. However, though, I think just a power outage isn't much. I think they just sort of bug us more than anything. Yeah, I think but we can take these as good lessons, and I think we can use these to practice our skills at the same time. If your power goes down, I don't know how many times mine's been down since I've been in this town, but I've never experienced anything like it before. So, but yeah, I'm going to bug out anyway since I'm talking about bugging out. I've got a couple of things to do, and I'm going outside to try and trap this wild kitten that's just showing up, little monkey. But you guys are adorable. Thank you for all that. That was a great conversation. Marlin, definitely got to catch up with you. And we need to find out more about these weapons. We need to see who was transporting these weapons, who was watching these weapons being transported, who was the carer of them, because I can't see it not being your military. And we certainly need to be concerned about what's over your border right now. I'll let Divisive speak and then I'll drop down.
So hold on, Divisive. So, Kiwi, that's, now we spent $210 billion to stoke the war, and now our weapons are found all over the world. It sounds like when we pulled out of Afghanistan, they kind of gave the Taliban, they were the #1 arms dealer in the world for a little while. So
remember under Obozo that I think it was in Iraq or somewhere, anywhere, he went to go and do a drop, and he didn't drop it with his boys, but he dropped it where it was either ISIS or the Taliban or the rebels anyway ended up with it, So these are hallmarks that all this is starting to seem like. And, it's all coming out around D-Day as well. And, I'm just saying, I don't do coincidences very well.
no, and I think a lot of the spaces and people that are involved in these spaces realize it just because they're hearing everybody. It's quite exhilarating. Divisive, okay, buddy.
So on this weapon things, Kiwi, something that was said that has really stuck with me is this war footing that the U.S. has been on has set up the security state. It's set up the secrecy. It's set up the development of technologies that could kill us. I mean, the whole reason the Patriot Act is which allowed the federal government to basically spy on everyone since 2001 is because of this war footing. We find out that there's biolabs all over the Ukraine, and our people in our State Department are worried about them falling into Russian hands. Well, the only reason they're developing these bioweapons in other countries is because we've been on this constant war footing that has been, a position that the neocons have wanted us to be in, has allowed some of these mega companies to start developing these weapon technologies, and then they sell these weapons to anyone. We pretend like we don't arm both sides of the war, but if you look at what's going on in the Ukraine, I mean, the weapons we left for the Taliban ended up in the hands of Russians, and then we gave the Ukrainians the same weapons to fight the Russians. I mean, it's absolutely insane, and it all comes back to this idea that we're always in this state of war. This constant war footing allows them to use all these crazy censorship because they justify it. They say, oh, big tech has to censor.
So have you heard that and I've heard just this week the Taliban's meant to be going and helping Ukraine, but since you mentioned the neocons, have we ever got out of World War II, or did we just move the goalpost? Just asking.
Right. And there was a question, yesterday during Elon's space, he brought up the Marshall Plan. And there was a there was a moment where he actually had Robert Kennedy choked up. You could hear it in his voice. But the argument he was making is something that, depending on where you fall on the historical spectrum, a lot of people who study history would disagree with his statement, because basically what he said was after World War II, America had the biggest stick in the world. And this is true. We had the nuclear bomb. We had used used it. And if they wanted to, the Americans could have went around to every country in the world and said, hey, we have the biggest stick. You are a vassal state. Give us 30% of your GDP, or we're going to drop a nuke on you. But they didn't do that. Instead, they went to the Marshall Plan, and they invested in Europe, and they invested in Japan. But at the same time, and this is the point that Elon didn't make, was that is what set up the world that we have now, where we have all these military bases, and we have all these puppet regimes, and we have all this influence in countries like, again, I think Eastern Europe would be a perfect example. Look at how much influence the American military industrial complex has had in this Ukrainian situation. Some would say that our presence of moving missiles into Poland is what escalated the situation in the first place. So it is a really weird situation that they have to keep this constant war footing to keep developing these weapons of war, and that's how a lot of these elites, and I'm not talking about just U.S. elites, because there are global weapons manufacturers that are constantly profiting from these security technologies, these deep state surveillance programs, and just general weapons manufacturing and sales. So we have to fix that.
Yeah. Stop funding the war. Stop funding the war machines. It brings me back to that movie, War Dogs. Or that movie, War Dogs. That was, I love that aspect. Go ahead, Patriot.
War Dogs is a fantastic freaking movie. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely highly concerning that we're seeing, taxpayer dollars get sent to send stuff to Ukraine, and then we're seeing the cartel in Mexico with these weapons, right? I mean, and there's no accountability to where any of this money has gone. The one thing that's going on in World War today that I just can't seem to wrap my head around, from everything that I understood, the Taliban was funded by Iran in the Middle East, and that's what was attacking us. So I just can't seem to understand why the Taliban all of a sudden is attacking Iran. I can't seem to figure out how to big picture that one, guys. Does anybody have an idea what's going on over there?
Well, it's too many regional factions. You have all these little factions within the Taliban that they break down on tribal lines. You have the Shiites and the Sunnis. That plays a role, and that's why Saudi Arabia and Iran have been at each other's throats for so long. But what's interesting about it is I think you get to this position where once the Taliban had the U.S. weapons that were left behind in Afghanistan, that changed the calculus for how they were going to interact with other countries in the Middle East. Them being able to strip basically our military hardware and make sales to China, the drug cartels, and the Russians, that has given them a opportunity that they probably didn't think they were going to have. I highly doubt they thought our pullout was going to be as disorganized and as completely irresponsible as it was, leaving behind some of the dangerous, most advanced technologies in the world. I mean, that gave them a new position. I think in their own mind, they have a new position in the region. And we're going to see over the next couple of years. I mean, there's reports now that ISIS is trying to rebuild a caliphate, which was pretty much completely destroyed under the Trump presidency. But we'll see where that goes.
Thanks for explaining that, Divisive. Yeah, I didn't think about that. The factions thing does make sense. Yeah, I guess you're right on that.
So, hey, we are coming up to the 11 o'clock hour. At about, a couple minutes, we're going to transition the space into, Tuesday, Trucking Tuesday. And we're going to bring some people up, and we're going to talk about the issues that NOAA is facing in the country. So, I would like anybody to come up and, I see Paul is up and, a couple other people, but the American people need to hear this. This is why we're doing this. It's probably the most important thing, and that can impact your life directly. And I mean tomorrow. So I think, I think it's a very important issue where we're having a lot of interaction with the community and realizing what the average citizen can do and help out and support. And, we're going to get to that. So I do encourage anybody to come up. I see Goats and Andrew. I'm sorry, I pronounced your name wrong earlier, but let's go to Andrew and then we'll go to Goats.
Guys, can you hear? I'm sorry. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Now we can. Yep.
Guys, I don't know if I'm coming through clear. I apologize. My earbuds were in. Okay, back to the subject. I mean, I'll stick around when you go to the trucker thing. That sounds great. I got my earbuds and I'm working away. I'm enjoying you guys' speaking. The country, I don't want to get anybody alarmed, but the country is getting invaded by the Chinese, by Afghanistan, by the whole world. Okay, I don't even need to point. Just put your name in the hat, pick it out. They're coming through. They're coming through the Darien Gap down by Colombia, down by Panama and stuff like that. The Chinese, I mean, this is just all factual stuff. The Chinese have their own police station. I mean, I was down in Lower Manhattan for the Trump indictment when he first went in there. So I'm in the back of the Lower Manhattan courthouse where I suspected Trump would go through, right? So I'm sitting there and it's right on the edge of Chinatown. I mean, there's bums around, there's fights. It's incredible down there. That's why I'm kind of stuck on the New York City thing, but it goes along with the migrations, the weapons of, mass migration, the Chinese police stations policing their own citizens. It's absolutely bonkers chaos. And at some point we're going to have to pay for these open borders. So I hate to be so stark with it, but we're getting invaded. So I don't know exactly what the next step is. I mean, I'm not saying go out and fight these people or anything like that. I mean, obviously you have to change it politically on the federal level, but on the micro scale, you're going to have to just take your local community. And I'm not trying to get preachy. I'm kind of talking to myself when I say this, but you're going to have to get everybody together and try to protect yourself from the harm that's going to come from this economically and probably most likely physically to the people of the community. You're going to have to open people's eyes up to the crimes that are happening. I know some of these people are victims, and I'm not like trying to get discriminatory on them, but they didn't have their family members fight in a war. They didn't have the sacrifices. They didn't make the sacrifices. Let's say I'm a greedy American. I'm sitting here, making money in the private sector. And it's easy for me to sit here and not serve and everything like that. But, guess what? I did have family members serve for me. They took my place so I can sit back and be a fat, greedy American, I guess, and sit back and live the American dream, I should say. These people didn't, so they're coming in. They don't have the same love for the country and everything. There's going to be huge problems with this. You can look up Michael Young. Follow Michael Young, YON. He's down on the southern border. In fact, there's a lot of independent journalists. It's just so underreported. Something's going on. You just know there is. So I'll sit back and listen, break away into the trucker or whatever, and sit back and guys, love this country. It's not over. We're not done. And I'm in the most liberal part of the country, speaking up, taking arrows in the back. Let's keep it going. Stay vigilant. Keep your head on a swivel. Thanks, guys. MAGA, man. I'm all MAGA, ultra MAGA.
Andrew, thanks for coming in, man. I'm sorry. I have a guy that works for me. He's Andreas. Sorry about that.
Not a problem at all.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to accomplish in some of these spaces, to bring these real issues out, attract politicians to the actual problem, be able to reach out and touch the American people. That's what these spaces can do. So that's what we're striving for. So hopefully you get on the train with us, and amen, brother. Amen. Glad you came
thanks
in.
a lot. I'm going to hang out and listen to you guys. God bless everybody.
Goats. And then we'll go to Patriot, and then we'll go to Mac.
Hey. So somebody mentioned Afghanistan a minute ago. I was talking to a buddy of mine. He's got like 6 kids. And I told him the other day, I was like, man, you ain't got nothing on Joe Biden's pullout game. I'll leave it there for now. Thanks, guys.
I don't know about Joe, but I know Hunter's probably got a whole bunch of kids that he just don't know about. We're not going to go there this morning, though. You're calling it, Marlin.
Patriot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we definitely want to get over this trucker thing. It's a real issue, and I'm glad that we have a community in here. I'm hoping Big Daddy Texas shows up sometime soon. All I can say to anybody that lives in a major blue city, if you're worried about this mass migration, you need to get the F out now, right? There's a fantastic book by Matt Bracken that was wrote 20 years ago called Enemies Foreign and Domestic. Highly recommend you read it. Michael Yon and Matt Bracken are actually really good friends. Bracken is on Twitter. He's been posting some stuff about the border. If you don't believe what Michael Yon's saying, you're crazy, because he's a war correspondent, right? He's not a southern border correspondent. This guy's been tracking and filming war for 20 years about how bad the southern border is. And I'll make one more final statement. I'll leave it there, guys. The reality of what's going on, if you see what's happening in Chicago and New York and LA, when they're getting a couple thousand migrants, when we are getting 2 million coming across the border a year, is that eventually, once all this government subsidy run out completely, it's going to turn into complete and total chaos in these major cities, because it's going to be the low income people versus the migrants, because they're the ones that are fighting for all this government assistance. And once that spigot shuts off, when New York goes bankrupt or Chicago goes bankrupt, it's going to be all out hell in those big cities, guys. And I'd highly recommend you move to a nice little town where you're not around millions of people, because if any major event happens, you're going to be in big freaking trouble if you live in a city of multi-million people. And I'll leave it there.
You brought up a really good point there. I had a train of thought to carry on with that, and all of a sudden I lost it. So go ahead, Mac. You're next up.
Yes, good morning. Been listening for a few minutes, waiting on the Trucker Tuesday to come up, but I'd like to comment on this war thing. When Trump came into power and he started his push towards more peace, I told my wife, I said, you better watch out. They're going to be after him. Everybody who's into war and loves to promote war, including all the defense people who say that they are for our defense, but some of them are actually for war, they're going to try to push him out of office. That will be probably the strongest opposition to get him out, because the war machine, the country, always does pretty good when we're in war. But when we're not in war times, like you go back in history and you see all the different auto factories and other factories that changed to produce items for the wars, it was always going, something always happening all the time. So that's part of the problem right there. What the gentleman who was just on here said is very, very true when it comes to these big areas. Chicago just recently, I don't know if you saw the news article that came out yesterday, the day before, about the labor battle that's going on at a bakery. It's the blacks versus the Hispanics, and a definite difference, a huge difference in pay. And then they go to the establishment, the management, against the other race, because they're not producing, or they're not being checked, or they're not being as hard on the one race versus the other. So the blacks and the Hispanics are fighting each other within their own working place. Instead of them coming together, they're pitting them against each other on purpose, because one is earning more money and has less pressure on them, and one is earning less money and has more pressure on them. So you're already starting a employment/labor law, which then turns into more of a cultural war.
Brought up a very good point there, Mac. Let me give you a little insight, folks. I know what I wanted to say before. I'm not going to tell you from when until the end, but a bunch of supervisors and my officers were sitting there talking over coffee. We were getting ready to do a couple of warrant pickups. And we were like, well, what do you think is going to happen in the next 20 years? And we came to a decision. There are going to be three classes of people: the very poor, the ultra rich, and guess who's going to be in the middle? The cops. Separating the two. So there's your new world order. And that we talked about that over coffee over 35 years ago. Let that sink in. We were already seeing it in the law enforcement community that we were going to be the separating line between the rich and the poor. And that was just a conversation amongst a bunch of cops and sergeants. I can only imagine what the upper echelon was talking about at the time. And I'll shut up and let the boss talk.
Oh,
You
don't
there,
worry.
Mark?
Don't worry, man. The boss is listening and learning, you know. It's about the community. Keep going. Andrew, go ahead.
All right, we'll try to get this right the first time. I keep saying I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm not getting any work done. But, I mean, at least around here in the Northeast, the police stations and the police officers basically got purged with the vaccine purge. So we've seen the biggest purge that that you probably ever seen with the vaccine that didn't work. I don't call it a vaccine. It's definitely not a vaccine. It's more or less a therapy. We'll get into that some other time. But the purge, a huge purge. I mean, you're talking police forces, teachers, and everything else. So, I mean, the people that want to take the jab are still in there, at least for state police and stuff like that. The towns are a little bit different. I don't know about the cities because I'm not really in a city. But the purge happened. The police, I mean, they've gotten beaten to a pulp so bad from the media, from the left wing media, that you're seeing stories where they're not participating, like they're just standing back and letting things happen. Which sometimes I can't say I blame them. I wouldn't be able to do that myself, but that's the type of people we're dealing with here. So, just a quick point. I think the police force have a lot of big problems, and I support the police. I got a lot of family that are police and stuff like that. So, God bless the police. But, boy, we need some reform big time to let those police do their jobs, or else the crime, especially with the illegal influx, is just going to go through the wall. And you're going to be stuck with tribes and all sorts of weird shit. Like I think it was the ice man, if I said that right, said you're going to be stuck with tribes. You start seeing the loonies coming out on all the sides, the Moors, the real white supremacists. Everybody's getting fired up the more radical this gets. And the police, and unfortunately us middle of the road kind of civilians, are going to be stuck in the middle. So God bless you guys, and I'll just keep listening. I'm actually going to tune out this time. I got to get work done.
Man, it sounds pretty behind you. I can hear the bird in the background.
Yeah, I'm in the
Listen.
woods right now. I reside in the woods. We got it. I don't want to get into too much personal detail, but we got it set up pretty good here. I've been planning for the recession. I think it might be the Great Depression coming. I hope it's not. I mean, but I've been planning for a while as far as just being a little bit on the outskirts, self-sufficient. I mean, I'm definitely still, subject to everyone's, products that I need to buy supplies and everything. Don't get me wrong, but we are on the outskirts. We got birds chirping. It's not bad yet. Get on the outskirts of the cities. We're making. I mean, like I said, there is Patriots still here. I've been following Michael Young since 2009. I've donated him not a lot of money, just a little tiny bit of money here and there to show my appreciation. But you're going to have to get food sources. One thing that Michael talks about is famine, war, oh God, I'm drawing a blank, but basically famine. Okay, famine, war, and then pandemic. I'm sorry. So you're gonna try to get some food. Like again, I'm talking to myself here, but I try to get some food for the community, because if stuff really hits the fan, you got to make a living, but you're gonna want to help people out. Like, there's not a lot of people in this town, so I can do that. I have a little bit of land that I can kind of do a little bit of light farm on stuff. But that's the kind of moves we're making here. Check out Michael Young, guys, and things are actually pretty good still, at least where I'm at. So thank the Lord. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
thank you.
about the same boat. I'm about the same boat, Andrew. So it's a lot of people believe there is going to be some kind of hysteria that happens. I hope it doesn't. I believe that humanity will, kind of capture some of that. I don't think it'll be as unruly as everybody is making to believe. So, we'll see what happens. But that doesn't mean you don't up your awareness and your readiness. I think you're a fool if you don't have it, some kind of plan. So, and that's what these communities are all about.
It's been, just one more point. I mean, it's been 100 years. I mean, I'm not completely into economics, but it's been 100 years since the Great Depression. I mean, market cycles repeat themselves no matter what happens. Sooner or later, they're going to repeat themselves. So, if you take a look at the S&P 500 chart, you might just want to. This might just be a topping action for the whole last year and a half, and I'm hoping wrong, but this might be a 10-year downturn. I hope I'm wrong, but it could be. So just take every job you can. Don't get laid off. Like, this is what I do. Don't get laid off. Take every job you can. Take the money now, because it's still kind of out there, but we're definitely it's going to get real tight. So, God, it's going to get tight, but we just got to keep moving forward and working as hard as we can. Thanks a lot, Marlin. Nice man. MAGA.
Cool, man. Thanks for coming in. Quickly, we'll go to Patriot, then Mac.
Yeah, I mean, I think all you can really say is just be prepared for some stuff to happen because we really don't know what's going to happen. I mean, you can't trust anybody anymore. You know, Robert Kiyosaki in his book Rich Dad Poor Dad is what set me up in life. You know, I read it in high school. I used to really believe in everything that he said, but he's completely lost his marbles. He's been every 2 weeks since like last August. The whole thing's gonna implode in 10 days. He's been saying that for 8 months. And it's like, dude, are you fear mongering or are you just trying to sell books? Because either way, you're incorrect. But yeah, like a lot of these guys are stating, they think it's going to be worse than the Great Depression once it finally implodes. But at the same time, they all said it was going to happen 6 months ago. So it's like, I don't even know who to trust anymore, guys. It's just completely insane.
Honestly, Patriot, I've been hearing that since I've been a kid. Right? It's the 2000s with the computer and the world's going to crash. Man, I can't tell you how many times the sea is supposed to rise over my state and we're supposed to be on the water. You know, all these things. Oh my God. Go ahead, Mac.
Okay, I wanted to touch really quickly what the one young fella said about the cops. He's 100% correct. We have that problem not only in our area, but also out here on the roadways. The number of commercial motor vehicle enforcement officers has declined a tremendous amount. And every time you go to the FMCSA, they talk about their limits of manpower that actually, you know, are able to serve them as far as officers go. The one thing that a lot of truckers get confused about is the ability to carry in a truck. Your company might have a policy against it, but there is no such policy from the FMCSA or USDOT. And in fact, a lot of us go into some very, very dangerous places. And there is something out called Michael's Law that is sort of like just sat there, you know, out in the middle of the ocean. Nobody's really paying attention to it. But if let's just say I have the right to protect myself in my home, in my state, in my county, in my city. But when I'm on the road where I go to places like New York, Kentucky, and a couple others, I'm not allowed to do that. That's just ignorant. That's ignorant on the part of the government. That's ignorant on the part of these people who are anti-gun. You know, there's been people. That's why Jason's Law got murdered in an abandoned gas station in many years ago. So, and there's been other guys. There was a guy injured and burnt inside of his truck in Chicago many years ago. There was one just recently. I don't remember that, you know, exact happening, but we really should be able to carry anywhere in the United States because when we're out away from home, this is our home. This is a rolling home for us. So for the governments, you know, federal, state, and local to say, no, you can't do that, well, that's un-American, and I'll leave it there.
You know, you brought up the police. It brings me back to the movie Colors, if you remember, Robert Duvall. And this was a relationship that he made with the hood or the street or the ideology, and they respected him for it. And he had the, you know, Sean, I forget his last name. Damn, can't come up with it. But anyway, who?
Sean
Sean
Penn.
Penn. That's it. So Sean Penn was the guy that wanted to lock everybody up and beat them up, and he taught him how to be a real police officer. Maybe we should go back. I mean, I guess a lot of the liberties are gone because of you know, problems that they had in the police force. The bad apples, you know, making the precedents for the rest of the apples. That's the problem.
Yeah, but it wasn't even so much that. Unfortunately, God, I hate to talk against this, but you know, it's the thin blue line thing. You know, you don't rat a brother out, and unfortunately, that's become so pervasive at all levels of departments that there are bad cops that should have never made their first year. For those that don't know, most law enforcement officers are on probation for a year before they become a full officer. And either they're behaving themselves or they've developed that rapport where, hey, we're going to look the other way if you smack this guy. No, you can't look at it like that. My rule with my cops was once the cuffs go on, everything stops. We pick them up, we put them in the back, and we take them away. That's it. Nothing else happens to them. Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the way you have to be. Well, no, that's the right way to be. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some people that need what we used to call a tune-up back in the day. You assault a child, you rape a woman. Yeah, I think that should be a long, slow ride, like my father used to take with me when he got mad at me. But the reality of it is, we can't do that. We cannot be judge, jury, and executioner. There is no Judge Dredd out there, and there never will be. At least I hope not. But unfortunately, some cops look at it that way. And Mac, you were talking about motor vehicle enforcement. Yeah, New Jersey doubled their bill for it to put mobile units out there. You never know where they're going to be. And, the only thing that's made things a lot safer for a lot of the truckers is the fact that now we have the ELB, which is its own problem, but at least you don't constantly get pulled over while you're doing your regular check and get an inspection. So it saves some guys, but it hurts others overall. That's just my opinion. I haven't driven a truck in probably 40 years, so I really don't matter when I get into this. It's kind of out of my lane. And I'll shut up now.
The ELD is a complete and total other discussion that would take hours, especially based on a labor basis. But New Jersey definitely has needed more commercial motor vehicle enforcement, especially for the dump trucks. Those guys just haul ass all day long, and they're overloaded. And if you go look on a couple of guys that are on my Facebook page from Jersey, every other day it seemed like for a period there was one company that just kept flipping their dump trucks, and it was like, yep, there they are again, and nobody was doing anything. That's my thing, is that if you go to the Georgia's page, Georgia Commercial Motor Vehicle Enforcement, and there's another one too that consistently puts stuff up, California, I get on them all the time. Where's your follow up? And you talk to officers that are willing to talk to you, that are willing to come out on these spaces or radio or whatever. They just don't have the manpower. They are so stretched out now, which then leads to the thing with the brokers demanding that you get a roadside inspection. Those guys don't have time to stop in their day and just automatically do one. They are so busy doing everything else, including the duties that the state troopers can't do. I mean, I don't know about your state, but my state, the Commercial Motor Vehicle Enforcement is also road enforcement. So they're also involved with four-wheelers and anybody else, not just trucks. So they're stretched thin. So this thing, that's a whole other discussion as well. But yeah, I mean, a lot of cops just said, screw it. We're not coming back. You made us take the jab. That's not your right to do that, and we're not coming back. And I feel bad because now you got a lot of new recruits coming in. Like you said, there's a probationary period for them. And you look right at these cadets and you're going, oh God, what's going to happen now? Does he know about the truck? Has he been educated all right? Has he been educated about logbook hours and what's right and what's legal and what's not, and yada, yada, yada. Most of them, thankfully, just leave us old guys alone because we know the laws a lot better. Well, some of us do. I'll leave it there.
Well, hey, there's a lot of issues out there, especially in my state. I cannot tell you how many times I see the state police have that trucker on the side of the road going through the inspection. It's every day. I mean, they're clearly making money on, stopping these guys and ticketing the companies, and I'm sure this is like a daily occurrence for you guys. That's really tough to take. But hey, I just want to welcome Mike up to the stage, Noah President, and I just want to wish him a happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks, Marlin. Really appreciate it. I feel my age today. Iceman, the other day I called my wife Judge Dredd. She was like, "Who's that?" And I just started laughing. She literally makes me feel like I'm in that movie, bro. I'm afraid. I try to stay within the law at all time. Yeah.
Happy wife, happy life, buddy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so much. I just lost my train of thought. But thank you for the birthday blessings. And yeah, man. The roads are messed up. FMCSA is understaffed. There we go. I got it back. The FMCSA is understaffed, and so is the DOT. But you know, a lot of government agencies are. Those in particular. You know, the vice president of NOAA, the National Owner Operators Association, he came up with a very good plan to help with that. And I don't know if Mac was there, but you know, it's in the infancy stages. But a self-regulatory organization funded by itself would work alongside with the FMCSA and the DOT to regulate the trucking industry. I did read when he suggested, I did read that they were toying with something like that a couple of years ago, and now they're doing it again. Hopefully something like that will happen in the future, because when you do things like that, a couple of things happen. Number one, the taxpayer doesn't have to pay for it, so that's good for, you know, the taxpayer. And number two, you can take government resources and you can put them someplace else. And that's what is going on in the securities industry, and it's been going on for a long time. And we feel that it could work also for the transportation industry. So 10 Point Jake is working on that, and you know, hopefully we can you know, see something happen. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, Mike, just for the people in the space, what that FCMA does, that regulates the truckers and your requirements, but the regulatory system that you guys want to you know put in place would be a self-governing body, directly using some of the assets from the federal government, and this is the kind of language that you guys are speaking, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Not really using their assets, but well, using the same rules and guidelines and just basically enforcing them ourselves, you know, as an industry. That would alleviate a lot of pressure off of the federal government to do it, and it would also, you would find, as we saw in the finance industry, you would find that there would be a lot less regulation placed on truckers, because the violations and the things that would normally go straight to the government, and you know, they would come up with some sort of weird stupid laws to fix the problem and make it worse. Usually it wouldn't get to them. We deal with it ourselves. So what would have happened, say in the case of ELDs, there would have been no ELDs because we would have policed the situation ourselves. And you can go down the list of all of the regulations that you know, probably wouldn't have been there if we would have had a self-regulatory organization in place, and it would have saved the taxpayers billions of dollars in waste to the FMCSA and the DOT. Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, try the billions in taxpayer money, that should be the only sell that comes right off the top, and somebody's trying to invest money to have their own regulatory system and have an even playing field. I'm just wondering what the government is going to say when you're actually saving the country money, right? That's troubling. Mac.
Yeah, okay, I understand what he's saying now. I agree with him 100%. This discussion has come up before, yet no one has really been able to put that together. I have about 4 or 5 guys, and we can come and probably talk with you guys, and I can bring them on if you would like, because we've discussed this before. Because what you're comparing it to would be something like CVSA, which is Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, But a lot of people think they are part of the government, but they are not. If you go back and study them, that's CVSA, Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance. Back, I don't know how many years ago, I believe it was in the 60s, a couple people got together and they said, look, the government's not doing what they need to be doing as far as going after manufacturers, as well as trucking companies and anybody and everything else that is involved in trucking. So we need to make sure that we let them know that we understand what makes things safe. So that's why they came up with Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance or Association, whatever. I don't want to say it wrong, but CVSA. So this is how all the enforcement happens out here on the road. They go around and it's an actual, people are buying, people are offering, it's like they're down on their knees. I'm going to use a phrase that Mike likes to use, or a word, is they're begging for CVSA to come to their state, to their town, and hold their conference. It's an absolute unbelievable battle that these people are having to have CVSA come. So what Mike is suggesting, and Jake, is something along the same lines, where you have a regulatory body that is somehow within the industry, is not a government agency, but acts like the government agency with enforcement powers, okay? Because when these officers go for training, they go to the CVSA for all their training, and they actually have competitions all across the country. There's one big one every year where officers compete to see how good they are at inspecting trucks. And that would be the same thing. But, it took years for this to happen, and this is something that won't be easy, but I like the idea. I support it 100%. And like what Mike said, yes, there are a couple congressmen, and I spoke with Jeannie yesterday about all the files she has. So we're going to try to get those congressmen involved in this as well, so that it becomes a double-headed, spearheaded solution, if you will. You've got Mike and the rest of NOOA working on this over here, and then you've got the task force or the development of the task force. Now, the funny thing is that it took them, we proposed the leasing task force in 2020, 2021, and it just got announced May 1st when the group of us were there in D.C. So that's, almost a year and a half, 2 years. So it may take them that long, but Mike is very correct in saying that you need an enforcement that is different or outside of, but inside, if that makes sense. They're not an actual government agency, but they are a self-enforced type of organization or association. And that needs to be in every single state. It just can't be like in Washington and Missouri, like one association. It's got to be in every state. We've got to, CVSA is in every single state. So that's a tremendous take on, and you need rank and file drivers like Mike and Jake and myself and others who know what safety is, who know that when you're tired, for example, I talked about this the other day. There were 2 or 3 guys in front of me that you could tell were getting sleepy. I got on the radio in a very short, myself type of way of telling those guys. I told them they need to get off the road. I wasn't mean. I was direct. I was blunt. 2 of them pulled off right behind me in the rest area. Got out, said thank you. They said no, thank you. So a lot of guys, especially newer guys, don't understand when they get tired. They don't understand how to fix things that they screw up or that happen going down the road. A lot of the knowledge that guys like Mike, myself, Jake, and others who have been in this industry for decades know, they're not teaching these young kids. And that goes on to safety. That affects safety. So, we're still hearing today that companies are forcing drivers still to take trucks that are not roadworthy. You don't have to do that. You do not have to do that. That is your legal right to reject any piece of equipment. It is your legal right to reject anyone that says, oh, you got to make this delivery. No, my 11 hours are up. My 14 hours are up. Period. There's rules and laws against that. The problem is we're not standing up to it. And I'll park it there on that subject. Thank you.
Quickly, Mac, when you talk about the enforcement of it. So, Mike, a quick question to you. So, when you come up with some evidence against particular brokers that are out there, what is going to be the next stage of enforcement if you can't enforce it from inside? Where is that next step?
Well, the idea behind the SRO is, I'm sorry, I got vape juice all over my hand. The idea behind the SRO is that it would be similar to what FINRA is right now. FINRA is the self-regulatory organization that works with the SEC to regulate the financial industry. They're global, by the way. They're not just in the United States. They have multiple offices in every state in the United States. They're global. So the idea behind our idea is the FINRA has a panel that's made up of industry professionals, so all stakeholders in the financial industry, broken up into by size. So if you're a representative, if you're a registered rep, you're represented on that board by a member which is the same size as you. So if you're just an individual, you have a representative on the board at FINRA that is just an individual. If you have 50 to 100 registered reps, you're represented by a member of the board that represents the guys with 50 to 100 registered reps. So long story short, we designed it the same way. The board would be made up of industry professionals. Brokers would be on that board. So brokers would have to work with us to help regulate brokers. And we would look to them to do the same. We would all work together to help the industry police itself and run more efficiently and not allow rules and not allow problems to go all the way up to the FMCSA and the DOT, deal with them ourselves before it got that far. And that's the idea behind it.
Well, that's a great explanation. That's why, you know, the impact to the average citizen. That's what we need to wake people up and you know, gather your group, and it sounds like that's what's happening. Hey, I just want to say good morning, good afternoon to Michael and Villagen and 10 Points. So you guys want to come up and say something? You guys are more than
Morning. I'm on here, Jake. I'm on here. Just want to say good morning to everybody. Glad to be back on here. I missed on Sunday. I didn't get to put my 2 cents in on Sunday, so I will today. If anybody has any questions about anything, I'll be more than welcome to help them out and answer. I'll leave it right there for now.
Good morning, everybody. This is John at Vigilant. Just wanted to say hello, and like for all of you to keep in your thoughts. This is the 79th anniversary of the D-Day invasion of Normandy. So if you happen to have any relatives who might have been involved, give them a big hug and kiss for the work that they've done so long ago.
very good for grounding us. Thank you. And absolutely have to remember this day. Good morning, Michael. How you doing?
Not too bad yourself. Yeah, I was just telling Jake he didn't miss much other than we found out that Mike again has a breaking point, and yeah, it was pretty much Mike letting us know how he felt about things, and yeah, but welcome back.
Well, listen, I'm glad he got it out of his system. He sounds very good today, and I'm glad we worked it all out and got that out in front of us, and it's in the past, right? Go ahead, Mac.
Okay, Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought. It was along the lines of, I think also in this, I don't know if you guys have this planned or not, there needs to be something in there as far as ethical. Right now, we had a discussion between a few of us that I know and some other people that what's happening with the brokers right now is unethical. And one that they're doing right now, it was in the group page this morning. I explained to one of them, and the other fellow who came back agreed 100%. What these brokers are doing is they are requiring a truck driver to have a federal inspection at either level 1, 2, or 3. There's 3 different levels of inspecting. Okay, when you get inspected, I don't know if folks know that or not. Each one is a little bit more difficult. Each one inspects more things. But they will not load you. Some brokers now, we've talked about this before, will not load you unless you have a recent inspection that's good. All right? So the question was whether it's legal or not. Some people think it's legal. It is not. Let me emphasize that. This is not within the power or the authority of the brokerage. They can ask for it. They can require it. But for them to demand it, that is not legal. They do not have that authority. We have told them, God, I don't know how many years ago, if you guys want the inspections done on a regular basis, go to the FMCSA, go to the DOT, and put it in as a regulation. Those of us who do inspections, regularly, inspect our own trucks, we will have no, for those of us who keep our stuff up straight, pretty tight. We have no problems with getting our stuff inspected. But now, with what we talked about in the hour earlier, these officers don't have the time. They are so busy between
Wow, we kind of lost you there, Mac. We'll come right back to you. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, he's totally right, and I guess when he gets a clearer signal, put him back on, because he was spot on. He was on point with that. The brokers do not have a right to ask for that. They don't have a right to ask for a few different things, but one of the things I learned when Jake and I put this together, I learned a lot of stuff about how brokers operate, which I'm a carrier. So I really was never interested in how they operated until I decided to open my own broker. And one of the things I think people don't know is that brokers use a system called RMIS. Now, within RMIS, brokers can set all kinds of parameters that will either allow you to be able to carry loads for them or not allow you to be able to carry loads for them. They have a pass-go type of system. You have to fill out an RMIS pack with a broker before you're allowed to carry loads for them. Most brokers use RMIS, a few don't. The smaller ones, they can't afford it. It's expensive, so they don't use it. I have it, and because I have it, I was able to go on the back end of it and see exactly what goes on. And like Mac was just talking about, they do have that in there. If you, they can check how many inspections you had, and if you had, because the system is directly tied into FMCSA. So they can check to see automatically how many roadside inspections you've had. And if you haven't had enough, they could set a parameter which would deny you to be able to sign up with them to get loads if you haven't had enough. They have a parameter to set your MC age requirement. So they can go from no age limit up to, whatever, 50 years. If you haven't had your MC for, 5 years, you will fail It won't allow you to carry loads for them. This is all able to be set manually on the back end of RMIS. I know this because I have it. I'm a broker. I didn't know any of this before I signed up with RMIS. RMIS is the largest company out there that does that. Now, here's something a lot of people, I'm sure, do not know. RMIS is owned by Truck Stop. Truck Stop is a load board. Truck Stop is a member of the board of directors of the Transportation Intermediaries Association. That's the largest broker association in the world, basically. You know, this is deep. You know what I mean? It's deep. Truck Stop, I'm sure, tells RMIS to set these parameters because they get their marching orders from TIA. And TIA is if anyone here knows about TIA, they're no friend to truckers. So that's what Mac is saying is exactly right. It's deep, and it's not legal. Thank you.
Go ahead, Texas.
Good morning, y'all. Just wanted to say happy birthday to Mike, and I wanted to tell Iceman, good to see you, brother. Been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Kind of missed you being around. Yeah, exactly right. But I mean, I wanted to touch on something that's just happened to me. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm driving. I still got 14 miles to go to my destination. So last night I catch this load about 6. It loads at 10. So I leave out at 8, drive an hour to Deadhead to get it. So get there. Well, they don't get me loaded until 1 a.m. So with the ELD, I had to work it to where I could deliver this load. So I had to stop in the middle of the night last night when I really felt like driving, but I couldn't make my noon delivery today because the ELD wouldn't allow it. So I had to stop last night and split my shift. So I got 2 hours sleep and left out again at 5:30 this morning. Well, guess what? I'm still sitting here driving. I still got 4 more hours ahead of me. That's what your ELD does for you. And that's the reason why the ELD has made the road a less safe place, man. But I'm not going to be able to stick around. I got a meeting. Me and Joseph have got a meeting with something concerning the carrier side. And I got to be in at 12, and I got to deliver, and I'm dead tired. But y'all are in good hands, man. I just want to say good morning to y'all.
Well, thanks for coming in, Texas. And hey, we had Jeannie come up. Jennifer, how you doing this morning? I have to step away a quick minute, so if you could take it for a second, it'd be great.
Sure. I can try to speak. If anyone can hear me. I may not have great signal. I have to step outside.
Nope, you're good.
We had a good space the other night talking about the double brokering and the bad brokers out there. I had a big, long conversation yesterday with Mac about the brokers and the bad situations out there with the scams. And there's there's some points that, he and I discussed. One of the things that I wanted to bring up that I brought up to him, he said, hey, that's a good point, is why are the big box brokers, these C.H. Robinsons, these Ubers, Pepsi, whatever, whose loads are being double brokered, why are they allowing their loads to be double brokered and not putting a stop to it? I mean, they're having to pay out of pocket twice for all of these things. And, they should be coming together and saying, hey, we're tired of our loads being double brokered. We're tired of the scams. We're tired of paying twice for everything. Let's work to find a solution to stop this. And they're not. So I'd like to just put that out there and see if anybody has any thoughts on that or wants to bite on that. I mean, I guess you could say, oh, it's a tax write-off or whatever, but why? I just think that after a while they get tired of hearing, oh, I got another double brokered load of yours. When Mike had gotten a double brokering situation the other week, he about had to come apart. But go ahead, Mike.
I think you bring up a very good question. Why? Why is everyone on that side of the aisle standing there and being quiet about it? You know what I mean? And My take on it is because they've got a good thing going. You know what I mean? Why rock the boat? Okay, we're losing a little bit of money here, but we're making billions over here. So let's not rock the boat. You know what I mean? And that's my take on it. You're totally right. If it was me, I would be up in arms. But because it's a billion dollar company, you know, it's okay. But yeah, I'll leave it right there.
And then to go along with that as well is on the government side, there's a lot of brokers out there that deal in government loads, and I reached out to the government. There is a website that you can reach out to them around, but having to do with their carrier transportation service providers handbook, and how they hand that stuff out. And I said, I reached out to them and I said, Title 49 case law says, and Title 49 supports getting the final mile carrier paid, and the final mile carrier didn't get paid here, and you're the shipper and the receiver. And if the carrier doesn't, they said, we don't have a contract with that carrier. We paid who we hired, basically. Well, they did hire a carrier entity that is also a broker authority on the same MC number, and then it got double brokered out off of that MC number, and then never the final mile carrier never got paid. So these people are defrauding the government from their money, and the government is standing by and allowing it to happen as well. So, and I even told the military official that I spoke with, well, hey, Title 49 doesn't say exceptions U.S. military, so we need to make sure these guys are getting paid. So all these folks over here that are having their loads double brokered are kind of like, meh, we paid who we hired. We don't really care. Even the government. So go ahead, Michael.
I want to speak.
No, go ahead.
I want to speak to that. I think a lot of what we're running into is just complacency because it seems to be working and getting the job done for them. They don't, people that are in the higher up position that can make a decision on who gets what load or who gets paid. Those people are just, I don't think they have any clue as to how bad things actually are out there. And they're, willing to keep those blindfolds on and just keep the same thing going because in the end, they are getting whatever they're needing done to be done, and what we are working towards, and we keep explaining this to people that, we need numbers. We need members of our association to come on board and be one single voice in the industry so that we can do something like in the future, maybe an SRO, a self-regulating authority, so that we do have power in this industry. We are the National Owner Operators Association. We're not Walmart. We're not Sam's Club. We are out here for the drivers, okay? The ones that are actually doing the work, the ones that actually own these businesses that are moving these loads. We're not out here trying to sell some pyramid scheme. We're trying to gain numbers in the industry so that we can start having a little bit better control of things. And I don't think people realize how important what we're doing is and how they need to stand behind us. And I know Mike gets sideways on people about not having the correct frame of mind, and that's the reason why. It's because we're not out here trying to sell a pyramid scheme. We're bringing tools to the industry for drivers to use to succeed. And we're opening our mouths and saying we're going to put a cap on brokers. If you're going to be a shady, unscrupulous broker, we're going to boycott you. Boycott means we're not going to do business with you. Whatever you want to call it. We're boycotting crappy ass brokers that are out there ripping people off, the ones that are double brokering, that are doing exactly what Jennifer just talked about. We're after them. We need members. We are out here trying to bring this industry back under control for the people that are the main part of this industry, drivers. This country will not survive one freaking day without drivers. There's no, we got a 3-day supply. No,
Screw that. We don't got a 3 day of nothing. And I know everybody remembers when we ran out of toilet paper. Imagine if we run out of food. What kind of chaos and this complacency that's in the freaking industry that's ruining things. I heard a statistic earlier, I think it was today, that like 20,000 companies, carriers, small business owners went out of business just in the first quarter of this year. You know, and that's 20,000 less people that's in the workforce. That's 20,000 people that had to figure out a new job or to go work somewhere else. This industry is dying because of unscrupulous actors in this industry. And we need members, and we need to get this under control. We're out here screaming our heads off, jumping around, saying, come join this association. We're the National Owner Operators Association. We're not out here screwing people over. We're trying to give them the tools to succeed. And for people that are on our Facebook page that have some sort of question as to what we offer, this is what we offer. We offer unity and control of the industry. Stop questioning our motives. We have put our hearts and souls into this association for the last 5 months, trying to get this thing up off the ground, and we're finally up off the ground, and we've been barely open for a week, and we got people out here screaming, jumping around, acting like a fool because they didn't get exactly what they wanted. Well, it's the bigger picture, people. If you can't just step back and realize that we're out here trying to do good for the greater good of trucking, this is about service to others, love for one another, and love for the industry. That's what we are based off of. We don't own this association. We just started this association. We are the National Owner Operators Association. If you want to do business with an owner operator and they are in our association, guess what? You're going to have to follow our rules. And none of our rules are out of whack. They're all right on line with where they should be. But we have the power to adjust stuff however we need to, and we're doing it as we go. Greater things are coming along, and we need people to stand united with us. Stop questioning just because someone gets sideways and doesn't want to deal with someone that's out there calling them, saying, oh, you're a fraud. Well, guess what? We just been open a week, buddy. You got to give us a little bit of time, and we didn't even plan on opening, but we're opening. We're still doing it. We got all these department heads out here that are handling this business for us, and they don't even work for us, but guess what they're doing? They're working for us because they see the greater good of what we're doing. We ask them to do something, and they do it. That's it. All in or nothing. Thank you. We had to make a choice because you can't do this halfway. We had to be all in or nothing because our family has had to be put aside. Our own jobs that we have to make our own living has been put aside so that we could get this up and going for the greater good of the industry. We want you on our side. Don't come at us sideways and say, oh, you're a fraud. We're not a fraud. We're completely open. If you want our services, if you want to continue to see what we got that we're getting rolled out that's taking time, join. We need you.
Yep.
I'll leave it at that.
Yep. Thank you very much for that, Jake. And I agree 100%. And the thing is you can't even say we're a fraud. You don't even know what we're able to do yet. You haven't. It's been open like 5 days, 6 days, 8 days, whatever. I mean, how can you say I'm a fraud? You haven't asked for anything. You haven't given me yet. So whatever. But and I'm just push the naysayers aside. The thing is that you're right. We weren't ready to open yet, but we had to because we heard the hope that was out there in the community of the truck drivers saying, look, I was ready to shut my doors, but you've given me hope that this is going to be the effort that we need to move forward. And that hope and those heartstrings, that hope pulled at my heartstrings anyways and made me go, oh gosh, we've got to do something to help these people like now. And we had to open quicker than planned. I'm going to go to some more hands. I think Mac, yours was up first, and then Michael will come to you.
Okay, sorry, my connection, so if it skips out, just tell me, and I'll try to, I've had it come out and come back in, but first I want to say that I agree that complacency is a major part. It's playing a major part all across our nation in many different stages, many different environments. As far as the military goes, that's not acceptable. As you and I talked yesterday, Scott has had some problems before in the past. I can't get involved until I get home. I think I'll
Can
be home
anybody hear me? We got some dead air here.
It's got to be you. Hold on one second. So it's got to be you, Mike. So I'm going to drop you down, Mike, real quick, and come right back up. 1 second. I'm sorry. Go ahead. It was Jake. I'm sorry, Jake. Or Mac. I'm sorry. It was Mac. Sorry.
That's okay. So I will attack that problem like I told you yesterday when I get home. I will make some phone calls and send out some emails, but that's definitely not acceptable. And the problem is, and I'll emphasize this again, the penalty of defrauding the government, because that's what they're doing. I told you yesterday about the story about Ian. I can find the article. I don't remember Ian's last name, but he defrauded the government out of the base that you and I were talking about yesterday. It was a big to-do. What the fellow had done is he was combining shipments, and they were secured shipments, so they were paid a little bit more attention to. But there are people who have worked at different bases. As you and I talked yesterday, there was a lady who didn't understand that when a carrier sends in a company that they do not have on the sheet, that are not approved, the TMO is supposed to reject that carrier and get the original carrier on the phone and find out what's going on. If they brokered the load without permission, then they automatically go on the do not load list. And there should be some type of penalty beyond just banning them from the actual ability to load list. It's just amazing to me that I forget how much money Ian stole. But what he did was he combined shipments on one trailer. He would go and he would take one trailer and go in, and they'd say, "Oh yeah, here's your paperwork, yada yada yada." Well, then the drivers, and they were with Landstar, they would go take the loads over to their yard and then unload them and put them all in one trailer. They were legal on a compartmentalized trailer, and that's how that stuff has to be stored and shipped. Is in different compartments. You can't have it together. But it was supposed to ship on separate shipments, you see. So, like I told you yesterday, the officer in one of the, I guess you call him an officer at that time, I explained to her where the procedure was, and she's like, "How do you know this?" And I, politely told her that, that's not for her to understand. That's like what you and I talked about yesterday. That's on a need to know, and she didn't need to know how I knew, but that's their procedure. I mean, how does a trucker know the TMO's procedure on loading carriers properly, SOP, standard operating procedure, and they're working in that office in the TMO, and they don't even know it. So that's part of the problem, too. It's not knowing your job. It's America doesn't know their jobs. That's a big problem. As far as and I told this to you yesterday, and I think I spoke to Jamie a little bit about it. So I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know. I got a message from one of the guys who got booted out of the group, and I said, "So what's your concern? What happened?" And he says, "Well, they're not going after the brokers like they said they were." And my reply was, "I haven't heard them say they're stepping down from that." "Well, we don't see any action." I said, "Dude, are you serious?" I said, "They're just starting." I said, "These brokers have been doing this for decades now. Nobody has challenged them. Nobody has checked them. They haven't even been audited by the FMCSA, and the FMCSA is supposed to do that. They haven't been doing this. So this is not going to turn around tomorrow. It's not going to turn around in a month. It's going to take a lot of hard work, and understand that there are very, very powerful people that are involved in this altogether." Speaking with a colleague who's a lawyer yesterday and the day before, all of a sudden we're putting the pieces together like what Mike has done before and told people about, that you've got people that just go from one circle, one side of the circle to the next quarter and the next quarter and the next quarter. And by the time they're done, they're right back with the very same people they started with. It's like a circle jerk of of people who have lots of power, who are very, who can impressionate on people and make them do things and this, that, the other. And here we are. We've been ignored most of our careers. They only pay attention to the union and the Teamsters, and the small guys are the ones getting screwed, the small fleets. But they're listening to the union and the ATA, the Teamsters, but not us. But we have the majority of people. That's why they say they need the numbers. So these guys, I noticed, like the next couple posts were guys all saying the same thing. What about the brokers? What about this? What about the brokers? What about this? So I asked the same question to this guy, Ray or Ron or whatever his name was. I said, let me ask you a question, dude. How soon did you expect this to turn around? Tell everybody in the group how soon you put in your mindset that this would turn around. And if you're telling people that you expect this to turn around in the next week, in the next month, in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months, I'm just going to say you are in a Cinderella movie and you're looking to click your heels and find Toto and serve them liver pate, because it's not that easy. It's not going to happen with a flip of a switch. We are fighting things that have been established, like what Mike said, since the Motor Carrier Act went into effect, since deregulation, all of this. This is long established. We're fighting powerful people. So will it happen tomorrow? No. But these guys have got to understand this, and this is why all these groups splinter. Because they go to DC, and they expect something to happen in a flip of an instant. The last guys that went, like I said the other day, and I'll park it after this because I know I've taken up a lot of time. Other people would have a chance to speak. They gave the paperwork and the documentation to Mark Meadows. Mark Meadows has no power over the FMCSA nor USDOT. And to be honest, Mullins really wasn't going to do anything because he was on his way out. You might have a chance with Robin Hutchinson and Earl Adams, depending upon what this rule comes out. But these guys have a good thing, and that's why I agreed with Mike yesterday to help. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
So quickly to your point, Mac, and that was a mic drop. Good job. Quickly to your point, Mike. The other day we were talking about you had a guy come up and you're asking him what his brokerage house is offering him comparative to Noah, and it was actually cheaper to go with Noah, and the guy just couldn't understand it. He didn't look at the utility behind it. I think that's what you sell, guys. It's a utility behind it. It's a tool that the other brokerage houses are not giving them. Am I speaking wrong, Mike?
No, you're not. We make very little money off of any brokered loads through the association. From the association standpoint, because of what we're doing, we make very little money off of that, and we did that purposely. I want to talk about what Mac was just saying, and he's totally correct. And him and I had our differences in the past, and we're now joining forces, and he's going to head up the advocacy division of the association. So I am very much looking forward to seeing the, how can I put it? Seeing the effects of that in Washington in the coming weeks and months. I think Mac is going to do an excellent job. And I don't think we could have found a more perfect person to do that. I don't think I could do it. I'm just not as knowledgeable as he is on those matters in Washington. And I think he was an excellent choice. And I think he's going to do a great job. He has the best interests of the trucking industry, not just truckers, but the trucking industry at heart. I want to address what he was saying. Ray, I think his name is Ray Rayburn. He was asking some questions in the group last night, and they were he wasn't wording them very nicely, and it was turning into a big thing. and I had to remove him from the group. I asked him politely to contact me directly like I normally do. He went on, and I just had to pull the trigger and remove. I sent him a private message, and I warned him that if he continued, I would be removing him from the group. And he accused me of fraud, and he said a couple of other nasty things. And I said, okay, fine. And I removed his post, and I removed him from the group. He went on to curse me out and basically destroy me in our private exchange. And I reposted those posts in our admin section where only the admins and moderators could see it. And the people at the top of NOAA. And I went back to him and I said, first of all, I called Jake, and me and Jake talked. We had a long conversation, and I told Jake I'm going to refund this guy's money, and I'm going to remove him from the association. So I went and I refunded his money, and I removed him from the association. That was basically the end of it. I told him, I sent him a text message after I did that. I sent him a copy of his receipt showing him his refund had been executed. And I told him the truth. And the truth is that we have not changed focus. We have grown up, though. We can't just keep sitting here and saying we're going to boycott brokers. We have to start putting things into motion that shows that we're not happy with the situation. And that's what we're doing. We have not changed focus. We're still boycotting JB Hunt, TQL, and CH Robinson. But we have to move on from just nasty posts in a private Facebook group and bitching about it online. We have to start taking a more proactive approach towards boycotting. Now we have to lay down what we want to see, and we have to put that in front of the people that have the ability to change laws. And in order to do that, we have to act like adults. We can't just keep putting nasty posts in a Facebook group. You see, that would be a fraud. That would be a waste of time and a fraud. We're using the membership dues that members are paying to support truckers and get better conditions for truckers in Washington. That's what we're doing. And if anyone's not happy with that, they don't have to join the association. And I'll just park it right there. Thank you.
Well, Mike, everybody hears about overnight success. Oh, they were an overnight success. I guarantee you they weren't. No matter what they say, things take time, man. So you guys got a lot on your plate. Like you said, conscientious thought plan going forward. I think you guys are in great shape and in a great position. So I think Jennifer had her hand up, and we'll go back to you, Mike.
Yeah, I think that us boycotting brokers, it's fine, it's good. It was a great start to launch us off the ground or whatever, but we can boycott brokers all day long. The thing is that we went from boycotting brokers to creating a revolution, to changing the industry, to making it better for everyone. It's not just about boycotting brokers. There's more than bad brokers out there. There's the predatory leasing. There's there's the overpriced, up charges on products that we have to use to keep trucks running and so on. So there's all the bad brokers out there that we have to do collections for. And I mean, so at the end of the day, just boycotting brokers wasn't going to get it done. We had to evolve into what we are now to be able to handle all of the issues, or otherwise it's going to be boycott brokers for the rest of our lives, and then we're going to have a whole nother separate entity to get predatory leasing under control. So this was an evolved concept that brought the realization for all problems of the industry to the table. And that's what's important here, is that yes, we're still boycotting brokers, yes, we're still against them, but we're trying to address all of the monsters under the bed right now. And so it's a major undertaking. Jake, mentioned earlier, our families have been put on the back burner, our jobs have been put on the back burner, our lives have been put on the back burner, so that we can have spaces in the evening times, on the weekends. We can have, admin meetings on the weekends, in the mornings, on Saturdays. I mean, we are constantly 7 days a week, 20 hours a day, most of us involved in this. I mean, we're getting very little sleep, and we're trying to just maintain and keep pushing forward. So, kudos to all the people that have joined. Kudos to everybody that's in the admins. I mean, it's just a major undertaking. But those naysayers, the cancer needs to be cut away. Mike, you're doing a great job. We love you. Happy birthday, and go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say something, but I don't know if I could say anything that could compete with that. She's totally right, and I appreciate every one of the members at the top of the association. She's totally right, and the only thing I will say is, Marlon, that's the thing. This was an instant success from the point of the first day of the launch. People. I got a phone call from the website developers, and they said, "What's going on? You had a bunch of people. We're in here working on the site, and a bunch of people just join your association. Did you give out the link?" And I said, "No, I didn't." And Jake didn't either. Someone went online, Googled the National Owner Operators Association, found the link, and signed up. And then they posted the link in the group, and a bunch of other people ran there and signed up. It's been an instant success. And that's what infuriates me. And I think that's what infuriates Jake and everyone else, Jeannie, because there's always going to be an asshole, you know what I mean, that is so full of hate that even if it benefits them, they're going to try to throw a wrench in it. You know what I mean? And I have a special place in my heart for people like that. I have to deal with them forcefully. I have to deal with them like a pit bull. You know what I mean? Because they're useless. And they, like Jeannie said, they're cancers and they need to be dealt with. And this has been an instant success. And I am overwhelmed, and I'm speechless, and all I could say to everyone that has joined the National Owner Operators Association and everyone that will join, whether it be private citizens, supporters, brokers, carriers, dispatchers, because we've created an alliance with dispatchers. You have my word, and Jake's as well, that we are going to do everything we can to bring change to this industry. Every dime, every dollar that is donated to this association is being put towards that alone. That has been our focus since we started this Facebook group almost 2 years ago. It has been our focus since we started the boycott. It is our focus now that we've started this association, and it will continue to be the primary focus of the National Owner Operators Association. We are not a load board. We are not a load board. We have a load board, but we are not a load board. That is not our primary focus. Our primary focus is to bring justice to anyone that drives a truck on this planet. That is our focus. Thank you.
So, Mike, don't let me degrade what I meant. You started thinking about it 2 years ago. You implemented it. It's been 6 months worth of work that everybody's stressed. That's what I meant. That nobody sees the work behind the scenes. That's why, I'm saying overnight success, and it just shows you how hard and bad the industry has been screaming about it. And they know, Mike, they know. That's the better part. So you got it. Just keep going. I think it was Michael and then Mac, I think. Or Mike, you want to respond? Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. That I know what you meant. I just wanted to, get that out there. It's okay. what Jake is talking about is the last part of the website that is still under development. It's the last part. It is the load board. We are working on it. We do not want to put a piece of garbage out there with garbage loads on it. We want to put quality loads on there. We're focusing on all aspects of equipment, flatbeds, reefers, dry vans, hot shots, box trucks. We're focusing on all of these aspects of transportation. And in order to do that correctly with decent loads that pay decent money, it takes time. Now we've got most of it put together. We're about to put it up there. We just need everyone to be patient. We've put everything else that we had planned is on the website. Everything. We are still working on the load board. So what Rayburn was upset about was the load board. That is it. And we've been open a week. It takes a little bit of time, and that's all we were saying. Thank you.
Man, I can't tell you how familiar that sounds. Sad, Michael. Michael, you hear me? Go ahead, Mac.
Okay. Yeah, I want to re-emphasize what you guys are talking about. Rome was not conquered in a day, and these guys that are and gals that are, projecting that it'll be fixed tomorrow. I'll give you an example, a little bit inside information. There is something called right load that has been in the works now. I know some guys have heard about it. 2018, we had a booth, or Matthew had a booth at the Mats, and just even right now, they're still struggling, having problems moving things along, and that's only a load board. There's a lot of coding and other things that go into this stuff that people like myself just don't understand, and it has to be explained so people can understand, and people have to be willing to understand. The people like Ray and the others that are doing this stuff, you know what? If they want it to happen tomorrow, well, they're just not even being honest with us. They're being dishonest with themselves. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Okay. The other thing too is that I hear a lot of guys who are foreigners, a lot of guys who have been here for years that speak other languages, feel that there is nobody, no organization, no people, no nothing that represent that. One thing I think NOOA can excel at is that other groups, other factions that do truck right here amongst us, that basically do have the same exact problems that we all have, is finding solutions for all of us, and that's key. I hear a lot of guys say, well, I'm not even going to consider this trade group or that trade group because they don't even talk to us. And I'm just like, wow, we're all different people. We all come from different states. We might as well come from different countries. The way some of us talk, I got family out in Missouri, and the way they talk and handle things and do things is completely different than how we live and exist and do things on the East Coast. So why not, talk to the other truckers, the port truckers, the dump truck drivers, like Mike said, the hot shot people, even in your own lanes of hauling are different. Different guys haul different things in vans. We all deal with different things. Some guys go to DC. Some guys go to private shippers. The problems may or may not be the same, but we've all got to try to work together to make everything better for everybody. And I think that's where these guys are headed. It seems to be, people can butt heads. That's fine. That's what makes people stronger, especially men. Men will argue to the T over things. But you know what? If you got a guy that comes back to you and keeps coming back, and you guys butt heads every now and then, You never know. He might be your best you might be your best advertisement. He might be the best one speaking for you on your behalf. And sometimes, things can't be fixed, but we all should try to work together. I see a lot of guys recently with one trade group not willing to share the thing about the ethics. And, that this definitely what these brokers are doing is unethical. We have to get past that. We have to say, it's like what Mike just said. We bumped heads, but you know what? Now we're on the same path. We agree on a lot of things. There's some things that we might disagree upon, but we've all got to put whatever it is that you might not agree upon away so that we can get this industry headed in the right direction for the rank and file workers, and that's us. The other problem is there's a lot of owners that don't understand that they're labor source. I'm a labor source. I'm a worker. I'm an employee. Yes, I own my own business, but those other things I am too, because as soon as I start the truck or start doing work, I'm a worker. How do we fail so hard? A lot of the industry fails so hard at that. They've taken the corporate mantra and the corporate push, excuse me, of do you want to be an owner? Don't you want to be an owner? Well, if you're an owner for us, you can do this. Well, guess what? You're not really an independent and you're not really an owner if you're with one of these big carriers because you're following their rules and their whatever, So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Mac. Hey, before we go to Michael, I just want to turn to my co-host, Iceman or Maggie, or anything to add, or you guys doing all right over there?
I'm good. I'm in learning mode right now.
Oh, yeah, a lot to take in. The average person needs to hear this. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, my point was a long time ago, but anyway, everybody's asking, how can they keep on letting this happen? Well, do people realize, and I have a personal friend that was a broker, and he actually showed me the notes from TIA and stuff like that, but the TIA actually trains these brokers to double broker. You're not making money because you're not doing this. And I'm not going to involve my friend because he is just that, my friend. I don't need him getting any troubles, legal paperwork, whatever it is that they've got him signing or whatever. But I have physically seen the papers that say, you're not making any money because you're not doing said this, you're not pushing these illegal things out there, and the government's not going to do anything about it because the TIA has been lying in their pocket for many a years. I mean, just a long time. So when they ask how can it happen, that's exactly how it happens. It's not, they don't want to change it. They know it's happening. These brokers know it's happening. They're doing it themselves, and then when they get caught doing it, they're saying, oh, we didn't know. And on top of that, they're saying, oh, we're not paying you because we're paying this other guy. Well, they're actually getting a hold of them and saying, being you double brokered it, and, we didn't give you permission to do it, but we actually knew you were going to do it. We didn't give you permission to do it. We're taking half back. So they're actually making money back by you telling them who's double brokering it. So understand, until we actually get those things handled, it's going to continue, period. And that's where it actually comes from.
Can I say something here? That what he was just talking about is basically the wolves in the hen house trying to guard the hen house. So, and if we don't get members of this association that are going to join on, there's no point in us even being out here because it'll just be a big waste of time. We're out here trying to do a job, and the TIA is trying to tell the federal government that they're going to come in and help out and help make these rules. Well, that's the wolf in the hen house. And it's going to be that way until we get a bunch of members, then we have some sway in the industry. So if you think that we're out here doing wrong or trying to get rich or anything that doesn't line up with what we're saying, you're just wrong. And you're more than welcome to question us, but come at us directly in a normal tone of voice and don't be accusing us of stuff. It's blatantly obvious. You know, the TIA is out there training people, like he said, to double broker, and then the TIA was up there at the FMCSA trying to get a word in when they were supposedly having a ruling on brokers and stuff like that. That's the wolf in the hen house, people. If you can't see why NOAA is needed so bad right now, you need to open your eyes and see the bad actors that are out there trying to keep the status quo the way it is, because they're all making money and they're beating these truck drivers down and expecting them to just live in complacency with them and keep doing the same thing. Well, NOAA's here. We're not going through this no more. We want you, just like Uncle Sam said on that poster. We want you. Come join NOAA. We're going to go kick their ass because we're tired of the crap that they're dishing out to us. The TIA, they got one coming to them. I'm going to leave it at that.
Mic drop, Michael. Mic drop. We can feel it, man. We can feel it. Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, what 10 Point and Michael said are exactly 100% correct, and it's scary. And first of all, 10 Point, ooh, you better watch that potty mouth. I think I heard you say crap. Oh boy. Okay, so Mike, I was talking about you last night about how I always got to get you to calm down. I think I was wrong for that, and I want you to do your thing, bro. Do what you got to do, Mike. I need 10 of you, Mike. Do what you got to do, brother. Look, okay, so I am a broker, and I use RMIS, and I'm probably going to lose RMIS after I say what I'm about to say. So what Mike is referring to is the support system that TIA has in place for brokers that are members of their association. First of all, to become a member of TIA, which is an association similar to NOAA, except it's for brokers only. In order to become a member of TIA, you have to pay dues. Those dues are not based on a set fee. They're based on a percentage of your annual income, your income. You send them your tax papers, they calculate it, and they come up with your membership fee. That membership fee is applied to not just you, but if you have multiple offices, you pay for those offices as well. They do have information as far as the minimum membership payment, and the minimum membership payment to be a member of TIA is $1,600 a year. Okay, ours is $500. Okay, now TIA works with Truck Stop. Truck Stop owns RMIS. RMIS is what brokers use to do background checks on owner-operators and carriers. Now, just like RMIS gives brokers the ability to compile data on carriers and owner-operators, what brokers don't know is that RMIS is compiling information on them. And Truck Stop can see how successful a broker is by how many carriers and owner-operators they have signed up to RMIS. If you do not have a lot of carriers and owner-operators signed up in RMIS, you'll get a phone call from Truck Stop because RMIS sends your information as a broker back to Truck Stop. Truck Stop works with the TIA. They will call you and they'll say, hey, you know, we see you're struggling. We're here to help you. Is there anything we can do to help you be more successful? They will then take your information and they will send it to TIA. TIA will contact you and they will say that they're here to help you be more successful. Now that leads me right into Michael, what Michael just said. It's 100% correct. It's all a scam. It's all a plot. If you've ever seen one before, this is it. I had no idea this was going on until I actually became a broker and signed up to RMIS. This is how they do it. They get them signed up to TIA, and then they teach them how to get around the laws to make more money. They give them all the tips and tricks on how to get around the laws. And Truck Stop and TIA have a system where they make that happen. Truck Stop has all the information on the brokers, and they send it to TIA. So if you're interested in conspiracies, there goes one right. I laid it out right in your lap. And you can call Truck Stop, you can call TIA, you can call RMIS. You probably won't get RMIS on the phone because they're like some secret organization behind in the back cellar somewhere in Truck Stop. But yeah, that's the way it works. So Michael's exactly right, and so is 10 Point. Thank you.
So quickly, Mike, you know, your developers that are developing this load board, you know, they had to make the apparatus to receive this information. And then how quickly is it going to be updating? Just for the future, just so anybody knows, any truckers listening. I mean, it's going to be up to possibly the minute, right?
Yeah, it's going to be live. So we've come up with the best solution to make that happen that we could with what we were working with. So it's going to be updated live. So pretty much up to the minute. We'll get the information and then we'll upload it to the system on a regular basis. So it'll be fresh and live.
Yeah. So those guys are just building this apparatus to be able to income this raw data, and they should be able to display it for you. But yeah, I mean, the more brokers and stuff you get in on that, the better off you guys are going to be, right?
Yeah, you know, this is all pretty much direct shippers. So, you know, we do have brokers involved in it. We've got a lot of people, and everybody's just getting ramped up. You know, we're very close. The actual load board has already been created. The process is already there. We're just compiling all the information, and we're going to post it soon. That's pretty much all I could say. I mean, there's not much more to say about it. You know what I mean? It's not DAT. It's not Truck Stop. It's our load board. That's it. There'll be loads there that'll be available for you. They'll be transparent, and there'll be a low commission on it, and you'll receive the lion's share of the funds. I mean, there's nothing more that I could say about it. We have to go out and sell it to shippers and brokers just like anything else, you know, and that's it. When you're talking about what we're doing with this load board, we're competing directly with Truck Stop and DAT. I mean, they're going to fight us to the death. These are their customers, and we're taking them. It is what it is.
They know it's coming. They got to be flipping out.
Look, especially DAT. Like everybody knows DAT. They're desperate. You know what I mean? Like they're hurting right now, and they're desperate. And everybody knows DAT is, you know, they're broker centric. You know what I mean? They could care less about carriers. They could care less about owner operators. Their attention is focused pretty much on brokers and them putting their loads on their load board. That's all they care about. If anyone out there thinks that DAT gives one shit, that fact that you got caught in a double broker scheme, you are totally out of your mind. They could care less. They could care less that loads are being double brokered on their load board. As a matter of fact, they love it. They absolutely love it. So does Truck Stop. They could care less. Believe me. We're looking at this from a different standpoint. You know, a lot of people are out there like, hurry up, do this, do that. You know, they don't know that we've been hit with cyber attacks. They don't know that we've got people trying to, you know, get into the site. They don't know that we're dealing with this stuff on a daily basis. You know, we're trying to not be like that. We're trying to not be like DAT and Truck Stop. This is a process. This is a lot bigger than people think it is. If they think that, oh, you know, we've got 10 members, 15, 20 members, and we're just standing here scamming people, playing games. Listen, we've got a large membership. It's very large. And we have to be very careful on how we move going forward. There are people in other countries actively trying to get our information. Actively, they're waiting for that load board so they can get in there and start trying to figure out ways to double broker loads. We already know this. They're doing everything they can to get into NOAA right now. Ask Dan. I wish Dan was here. I don't see him in the group, but we were talking about this the other day in our private chat with the division heads of NOAA. They've been sending us all types of cyber attacks. So this is going to be a process, and whether you like it or not, that's what it is. And it's going to come out soon. And when it does, we're going to announce it to everybody. But we're not just going to throw it out there because some guy that paid $125 is bitching and screaming about it. Look, if you don't like how long it's taken, take your fucking money and kick rocks. Simple.
Dude, they should make an emoji for that, don't you think, Mike?
I agree.
I think it's more the transparency. And quickly before we go to Jennifer said something that was monumental. You know, if you tried to do this, like you said, you, another member, you're not going to be relevant. You know, you're talking about 40,000 voices now. You know, let's hope in another year, talking about 140,000 voices. So you want to talk about unity? You guys are setting the standard.
You know, Mac is totally right on that. You know, I mean, that's the point I think a lot of these naysayers are missing. You know what I mean? We need numbers. OIDA has 150,000 members, you know? TIA has a lot less members, but TIA is 10 times more effective than OIDA in Washington because the members they do have pay them so much in membership fees. So they can be more effective in Washington. They're in Washington 2 times a month, minimum, sitting down with congressmen and the FMCSA and the DOT. I know this for a fact because my lobbyist told me. They're there 2 times a month, politicking with congressmen. Okay, and they can afford to be there because their members pay them so much to represent them in Washington. So anybody listening to this crying about $125 a month, please, are you out of your mind? I mean, I don't know how else to say this. And this is the problem. You got to stand up and support this. If you don't, then just like Jake said, we're all wasting our time.
That must be his ringtone. You hear that ringtone in there? Must be his favorite song. I like that. It's more the transparency that really NOAA brings to the industry. You know, I'm just wondering what are they going to do with the extra money that the predator brokers have been using for decades? What are they going to do with that? Because you're forcing them out.
I'm sorry, Marlin, was that directed towards me? I was taking a call from a driver. Sorry about that.
No, not really. No, it was pretty much for the crowd, you know.
Well, I can tell you that people are going to start maintaining their trucks better and getting their act together. You know, when you're out, when you treat people like dogs, they act like dogs, you know. So we're going to stop getting treated like dogs. We already are. NOAA's a force in the industry already. Things are turning around. It's little by little, and we're excited. We see some naysayers, but we feel like we got a good thing started here. It's up to us to lose it, you know, and we realize that, and we're doing the best we can to maintain properly and not screw this up. You know, this is a big. People are putting a lot of faith in us. And we're trying to do this, you know, ethically, morally. You know, we're a business association. People want to do business, and they want to do business with us, and we realize that. And it's like I said, it's ours to lose. So we're doing the best we can.
I appreciate everybody. I got to get off here. I'm getting ready to unload a big piece of equipment off my trailer, and I'll be back on as soon as I can.
Well, Jake, you're valuable to the conversation. I really appreciate the effort that you guys are taking, even coming on to this platform and speaking about this. I mean, if nobody's speaking about this, nobody's going to know. So, I mean, I'm sure that, yes, we could be talking about conspiracy and all that stuff, but when it comes down to it and you know, the shelves start emptying and people are saying, where are the trucks? Where are the trucks? Man, we should have been in that trucker Tuesday. We would have known what's going on, you know, and I think educating the average person to be able to help your lobbyist and your politicians in your own state. See, that's just it. As soon as you grab some voter base and they can back up what you guys are lobbying for, then you're real powerful, man. You're really powerful. So quickly, Andrew, as long as it's pretty much has to do with trucking, what do you have to add? And then we'll go back to Mike.
No, I know I was here for the other discussion too, but yeah, trucking. If you shout out to the truck drivers, I'm a truck driver kind of too. I deal with trucks under 25,000 pounds though. And shout out to Trooper Amy because she didn't give me any ticket the other day. I got pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt. I guess you have to wear a seatbelt in the commercial truck. They can't pull you over for that in a residential type thing here. But shout out to the truckers. We got smoke coming over the mountains from Canada down through here. So if you're traveling around trying to look out over the mountains, it's going to be pretty congested here with smoke. It's pretty unreal. But I just wanted to make a quick statement as far as the DOT. I mean, like I said, you guys are in this a lot more than I am, but I did have to get DOT numbers, and I hats off to you guys for dealing with this crap, because just getting the DOT numbers, like, they instantly sell your information within 5 seconds of you putting your information with them, and then you get nonstop emails and stuff. So I'm not sure what that is all about, but it's definitely learning a lot over here listening to you guys and understanding the struggle that some of you guys more professional truckers have to deal with. So keep it up and just continue on listening here. Thank you.
Well, Andrew, the better part is that me and you, we're in the same boat. We're the smaller trucks, but we can still sign up and we can still support and we can still have advantages of signing up with NOAA. You know, you talk about tires and truck parts, insurance, leasing. You know, this is the action. That's why it is very valuable to be talking about this. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Andrew, I hear you, brother. The Canadians sending smoke to us, those troublemakers up there. In any case, listen, just so everybody knows, I started out as under 26,000 pounds in this business 15 years ago. So I support you guys as well with smaller trucks. I had a large fleet of smaller box trucks. I started out in household goods, so I had all box trucks. So we've got a lot planned for anyone who is under 26,000 pounds. Don't think that we're not thinking about you, because that is where my foundation lies, and I understand the BS that you have to go through, because we basically fall under the preview of states, right? So in the particular state you're in, that's who you normally have to deal with if you don't cross state lines. And I know there's a lot of bureaucracy and there's a lot of BS. Listen, the fact that, you know, they sell they say that they don't sell your information, but we all know that they do, because if you look at the fine print on their website, it clearly states that they say it. We can do whatever we want with your information. So if you're putting it out for the public to see and you're allowing them to get our information, to call us and directly, then, I mean, what are you doing? What is that? How is that a public service? You know, how is giving these people access to my address, my phone number, all of my business information, all of my drivers, how is giving them access to all of this information helping me? You know what I mean? If I'm driving down the road and I get in 1 hour 5 phone calls from dispatchers while I'm driving down the road trying to focus, how is that helping me or anyone else? And they get this information from the FMCSA website. And I don't know of any other government agency that does that, just puts their information out there like that. I just want to leave it there, and I want to, if you can, Marlon, Chris Bennett is down here. If you could maybe try to give him a mic. I know he had a situation a couple of days ago that he wanted to talk about, and I spoke to him yesterday. If you could maybe try to give him a mic, I'd appreciate
Yep.
it. I'll park it right there. Thank you.
Yep, I gave him a mic and see if he can come on. Sorry about that. Go ahead, TC.
Okay, so real quick, happy birthday, Mike. First things first, happy birthday. And the other thing, Marlon, you brought up a good point, is perhaps, well, I get it from co-hosting with the NOAA meetings and everything else. I'm learning all these terms and definitions. There's a lot of acronyms in this industry: TIA, SRO, RMIS. So perhaps we could maybe put our heads together and see if we can get some kind of an educational space or group where people, do in fact get educated on who the players are and stuff like that. Because there's 25, 26 people in this space, and I'm sure half of them probably their eyeballs are spinning from all the stuff Mike and Jenny and everybody's talking about.
Yeah, it brings up a good point, TC. But the better part is we're even just talking about it. Now we're getting people involved, and you're right. I think a little foundational there. I'm sure we could whip up something pretty quick. Yep, that sounds like a great idea. Texas.
Yeah, man. Here's something else for you to think about. The way these brokers are doing with this trucks that don't have a DOT inspection. When you're using pre-pass and you go by a weigh station, they know what company that truck's with. They pull a safety rating on it. If you got a good safety rating, don't have no out of services or nothing, they just pass you on by most of the time, unless you got a weight problem or something like that. So actually, the trucks that they are excluding from not being able to book a load with them because they don't have safety inspections are probably the safest trucks on the road. Does that make sense to you? Yeah, it's stupidity. I haven't been pulled in and inspected in 2 years, but I keep my truck clean. I keep my truck well repaired. I've never had an out of service violation. I've never got a ticket in the semi. I got one, but I got it dismissed. My record's perfectly spotless. So even if you've got a violation, you go into a weigh station, they pull you in, they find something. They look at your driver's license, your history, your CSA, and your record. And if it's perfectly spotless, they're going to say, well, this guy takes care of his stuff because he don't have no violations. And they're going to tell you, get that fixed and going about your business. But that's the sad thing, that most of the trucks that they're eliminating from running for them because they don't have that inspection are the safest trucks on the road. Park there.
I want to piggyback on that. What I typically do full time, other than just fraud prevention, is I'm a contract dispatcher, and the vast majority of the trucks that I dispatch for are box trucks. And one of the things that I see with all these brokers and some of the new regulations that they have trying to fight the double brokering problem on their own terms, such as increasing the required maturity of a carrier authority to 6 months, a year, 18 months before they can sign up. What we're seeing is, frankly, the double brokers are changing tactics. They are now, instead of using their scam authorities and going after good authorities they find on the FMCSA website and then impersonating them. So all these changes that these brokers are doing are only hurting new carriers trying to get in the game and trying to do everything right. Now, I have to admit, though, I agree with the need for regular frequency of inspections. I always advise my carriers when they first get started to go to the nearest weigh station and ask the DOT officer there if they could go ahead and give you a level 2 inspection, because you're new and you want to make sure you're doing it. You approach it from that tack. Normally, and it varies from state to state, but normally they'll go ahead and they'll do an inspection. If they find something wrong, they just close their notebook, say, go get it fixed and come on back. And if nothing's wrong, then you go ahead and you get yourself a zero violation inspection report, and boom, now you've got a good inspection on your safer record. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask carriers to get an inspection, say every annual or every 6 months on their record. But that is probably the best defense that most regular, honest brokers have in trying to suss out between the scam carriers and the real carriers. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah. I understand what John is saying, and I agree to a certain point. But here's the thing. Anybody who's been doing this long enough knows that if you have not been inspected and inspected frequently, it's because you're not driving enough. And that's the bottom line. Either you're not driving enough or you're not driving far enough. If you drive and you're a serious driver, you get pulled in regularly and you get inspected. And that's the bottom line. I had a woman really, really upset because she was not getting loads because she had no inspections. And I told her the same thing. And a couple of days later, she sent me a text back and she said, you were so right. I got in the truck and I went this weekend and I just drove. And guess what? I got pulled in and I got my first inspection. The bottom line is this. If you go to a cop and you say, do your fucking job, he's going to get pissed off and he's going to say, get the hell out of here. All right? If you deserve an inspection, you're going to get one. You don't just pull up into a checkpoint and say, hey, I see you sitting there on your lunch break. Can you get the hell up and inspect my truck for me? All right? They do their jobs. If you drive your truck enough, you will get an inspection. If you ask, you will find that the people that don't have inspections aren't driving their trucks very much, or they're not going very far. Because I don't know anyone who drives more than 2 states that doesn't get inspected. It doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Mike, actually, because I drive a diesel truck, it is self-inspection in this state. So I actually don't have an inspection sticker on my commercial vehicle. It's self-inspection. But what that does is it opens you up so where if there is a problem, you're going to get a stiff, heavy fine.
I hear you. With us, it's a little different, right? Because you're interstate. We're regulated by the federal government. So it's different. They have a right to inspect your vehicle and make sure it's in good operating order. I think Mac could probably expand a little better on this, but look, that's the case. She did contact me back. As a matter of fact, a few people did. The bottom line is this. They're out there inspecting trucks. That's their job, and they do their job. They do their job very well. So when someone says to me, oh, I don't have any inspections, I already know. If you don't have inspections, it's because you're not driving enough. You're not driving enough, and you're not driving far enough. Because don't tell me you don't get inspected. You don't have inspections. I'm not buying that.
Well, I can tell you from experience, Mike, that half of my carriers don't have inspections. They've been operating for over 6 months, and they do at least 2,000 miles a week. I mean, almost all my guys are over the road. So this is, I don't know if it's that they're ignoring pulling in box trucks. That may very well be the case. But for my box trucks, I try to make sure that they always go in and ask for an inspection. And I always ask politely, of course. We don't want to disturb them. If they say, hey, we don't have the time, okay, fine, we pull off, and then we keep on going. But I found that that's been easiest, and at least when I was still a driver of box trucks, that was what was easiest for me.
Sir, where are they running? Please, I need to know where they're running. Where are they running?
Midwest, Central Plains, Texas and Southeast.
Anywhere in Texas, you're going to get pulled in. Anywhere you go, they're looking for illegal traffickers. If you're running from Florida up to the north, they're looking for drugs. Anything in a box truck. They have a high alert. They got a red alert out for box trucks in certain areas.
Believe you me, I know
Especially if you're running from Florida up into New York or anything like that, they're looking for box trucks, and they're looking for box trucks because they're looking for drugs and they're looking for illegal guns. So I know for a fact it does not matter, especially box trucks. You can drive past these places, you'll see box trucks lined up in a row getting inspected in North Carolina, South Carolina, especially Georgia. So if you have an issue with not getting inspection, tell them to drive straight through Georgia. They're going to get 20 of them before they get out of the state. Tell them to drive through Texas. Same thing. Thank you.
I think we'll go to Mac, Michael, and then Timothy.
Okay, sorry, been in and out. My signal, I'll repeat, is just doing whatever it wants to do. I think there comes a it's luck of the draw for me. For many years, I got inspected. I know that the guys that haul propane and butane and other hazmat, I think Taylor's been on a couple of those, couple of spaces. They get inspected on the regular. Most of us guys that travel the same areas, a good portion of the time they leave us alone, especially, guys like me and others that they look up their inspection record or what their inspection score is, or however you want to term it, and determine what they're going to do. It's been years since I've been inspected. I travel sometimes 3,000 miles a week. I go all the way out to California. I come back. In certain areas, yes, there are more inspections during certain times of the year, like when they have the recruits come out and just graduate from the college, from the training college. Then they do more inspections. They do more inspections on the blitzes. Some of the states don't even run the blitz when they say the blitz is out there. It may be that you're not running in certain areas, or you're not running enough. But it's just any luck of the draw anymore, and the fact that they are low on manpower, and nobody, like what we were talking before, nobody wants to go be a cop,
Look, I just want to say I understand the situation with brokers not wanting to give you loads because you don't have enough inspections. But I'm not going to stand here and say that it's because the cops aren't doing their jobs. You know what I mean? Yep. Like they do their jobs well. Believe me, I know. I've got enough inspections. I know. I get the phone calls. I get the guys getting pulled out of the trucks. I get the phone call. They do their jobs very well. If you're not getting inspected, you need to go to one of these states where you will definitely get an inspection. That's all I can say. Can Chris Bennett get a word in?
Sure. So we got Chris. We'll bring Chris up, and then we'll go Michael, Timothy, Andrew.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was driving through the mountains earlier when Mike was trying to get me to come up, so I didn't want to come up and lose signal. But the other day I was trying to thank all of the admin. Love what you guys are doing for the industry. Everybody of NOAA, we need to fight this together. They are absolutely right about that. And we have to stick together. Thanks. I'll leave it there.
No problem. Mike, you said that Chris had a situation that you were talking to him about. You want to kind of get out?
Yeah, Chris is a quiet guy. I'm not going to force anybody to speak. That's That's what he wanted to say. I want him to be able to say it. That's really it. Yeah, I'm done. Let
Cool,
everybody
man.
else speak.
Cool. Michael, did you? I think Michael actually dropped out. Timothy, welcome to the stage, man.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Good morning to everybody. I have to agree and disagree on with Mike over there. I love you, Mike, but I do a lot of West Coast to East Coast. I go to Georgia, Florida. I'm going to Illinois right now from California. It's been 2 years since I've been inspected. I've even asked for an inspection. The only thing that they inspected me for over the last 2 years was about 2 months ago. They did a level 3 inspection on me, and that was it. And that was in Utah. So, I mean, I put in plenty of miles, for the inspection. I've asked for an inspection. DOT has told me, no, we're not going to inspect you. You got to wait to get pulled in. Of course, I'm not going to press the issue because, they'll always find something wrong with the truck, a trailer. It's their job, and if they want to be a dick about it or not, and I'm not trying to get one where it's going to put me out of service either, but I do agree with Mike though on if you don't want to sit tight, everybody pressured for this website to go live and everything, and now they're crying about a load board, take your $125 and kick rocks. This isn't something that's going to happen overnight. There's plenty of other services that comes with this membership, and that you can utilize. The load board has been announced several times that it's going to take time. And if you can't wait, then you got to do what's best for you and move on. So yeah, I'll park it right there though.
Thanks for coming up, Tim. Andrew, and then we'll go to Chris.
Oh yeah, WM over there. Yeah, you sound pretty knowledgeable of this, to be honest. I mean, I kind of agree with you. Like I said, I got pulled over the other day. Of course, it was a seatbelt violation, but they got like a 3-phase, inspection going right away. I'm obviously a novice, so like I said, I'm under 25 or 26,000 pounds. I was in a box truck, but this trooper said to me that they usually are up on the highway, and this wasn't up on the highway. This is down in town, so they're moving from the highway down in town to get their numbers or get whatever program that the troopers have to meet their goals or whatever they have. And I'm telling you, they go out, they find you, and then they start inspecting you right off the bat. Now, luckily, I think this particular trooper may have known me, but I mean, if it was somebody else, then who knows? But most of the phases that they're looking for, I forgot, it was like 3-phase inspection or 3 special inspections. You guys probably know better than I do, but it was mostly drugs and alcohol. I don't know if they was looking, for the driver to be under the influence or, hauling that kind of thing. I didn't get my load inspector or anything like that, but I think it's definitely going on. And I mean, I'm on the highways quite a bit, and you're starting to see smaller guys getting hit. Now, one guy was at the rest stop on the major highway up here in the Northeast, and they had the DOT or whoever was underneath his trailer. He was like in a 1-ton 6-wheeler with a trailer on there, one of the longer trailers, open trailer, and he was getting inspected left and right. I felt bad for him because it's just like he was getting the treatment over there, and he's just a small guy on the side of the on a major highway. Now I don't know how he found himself behind the check-in station. I don't know if it was mandatory. I was in a car and I just happened to look over. So it's definitely happening. I learned something. Make sure you have your seatbelt on at all times, and you probably don't have to worry about it around here. But yeah.
Thanks, Andrew. We'll go to Chris. Chris, Jeannie, and then Mike, or if Mike wants to jump in, but go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, Mike wants to jump in first. That's fine.
No, Chris, please, man, go.
So I thought Mike was talking about the other day when I was trying to come up, but now I'm thinking that he's talking about. So I did a restructure on my trailer because I've been parked for 2 months now because of these rates. And so I did a restructure on my trailer because that's the only thing that I have financed for my company. And I signed they agreed to do the restructure at a certain amount. And then I signed the paperwork. My wife signs the paperwork and we send it back in. And then they come back and say, oh, well, we screwed up. We screwed up on the numbers. And so and they wanted me to re-sign a new agreement at a higher rate. And I didn't think it was right. So I talked to Mike about it. I talked to Jenny about it. And they both said, yeah, just get a lawyer. And so I emailed them and told them, I'm going to talk to a lawyer about this. And right away they replied back and said, no, we'll just go with the original restructure that you already signed because we did screw up. I'm like, okay, that's all I wanted. And we left it at that. So basically, don't let anyone take advantage of you guys. Like these brokers, the financial institutions, shippers, receivers, anybody. All you gotta do is talk to them, and you could get what you want. I've already noticed that being in business for 2 years, and you start saying that you're going to talk to a lawyer, that really helps. It does. But also, like, if you guys are struggling, you can do restructures on your payments as well. Financed, they will work with you on it. And I'll leave it there.
That's a great example. That's they tried to bamboozle you, saying they screwed up and then raised the rate. Wow. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, Chris. Thanks for talking about that because I figured that's what Mike wanted you to speak on. But Chris brought that to me the other night after Brett's space or whatever, and I talked to him about it. I said, look, you need to talk to Mike. Mike knows more about the banking side of things, with the securities and whatever. And I said, I don't think that they can do that. I said, but he's kind of more your go-to for that. So he reached out to Mike, and Mike directed him to the right solution there. But that's why we're so important and Noah is so important is all of us have different contributions and different areas of expertise that combined make us a pretty unstoppable force. And I was just going to say, we're not going to be defined by we're a load board, or we're not going to be defined by we're a dispatching service. We're not going to be defined by a service that we provide. We're going to be defined by the suite of services that we provide, and that we are going to be on point for everyone. And we're going to call it the National Owner Operators Association. That's what we're going to be defined by. We're not going to go with all this, oh, well, if you need a load board that bad, you don't need to come with us because you're probably not going to get vetted as a carrier for us anyway. I'm just saying. I mean, if you're that kind of person that you're out there having that kind of an issue because the load board's not up yet, you need loads that badly, you probably are not getting loads off of other load boards for some reason as well. So don't come knocking on my load board. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, Jeannie, thank you. I couldn't have said that better. Thank you very much. As far as Chris is concerned, he's exactly right. When he contacted me, I was in the vape shop buying vape juice, and I had both my Rottweilers in the back seat chewing my headrest, and I was pissed off. And when he told me that, because I knew exactly what they did, they made an agreement with him over the phone. Then they sent him a contract. They didn't. Here's the funny shit, right? They sent him a blank contract and they asked him and his wife to sign it first. So him and his wife signed it, and then they changed the wording in the contract, and then they tried to sign it and send it back to him. And I said, don't, that's bullshit. Tell him you're going to get a lawyer. And the good thing is that we have lawyers available at NOAA. So he went to the NOAA website because he's a member, and he put his information in there to get the lawyers to handle it, and they were going to handle it for him. But then the bank called them back, and they said, "Hey, you know what? We'll stick with the original contract." So he makes a very good point. Like, stand up for yourself, man. If you need a lawyer, don't wait. Like, we have lawyer services available at NOAA. You know, that's another reason why it makes sense to sign up. As far as the inspection thing is concerned, you know, look, if they're not pulling you in, I know why they're not pulling back in, because they're not going to get anything. It's the cops. Look, if they're going to pull you in, it's because they're going to get something for it. You know what I mean? I mean, they got a job to do. They're not going to just pull you in for, you know, nothing. They're pulling you in because they feel like they're going to get something out of it. I mean, I got pulled in Washington State a few months back because the driver had one of those steering wheel knobs on his steering wheel. You know what I mean? This is the way it works. Like, if you're not getting pulled in, there's a reason for it. It's because they know that you're doing everything right. They have computers in their cars. They have computers there. They punch up your DOT and MC number, and they can see that you're clean. If you look, it is what it is. If you the way that brokers work, when they say that you don't have enough inspections, look, if you've got, when they go into your FMCSA report, and I know a lot of people out there, they like to fluff up their FMCSA page. If you only have one truck and you put down that you have 10 trucks, and the broker sees that, and he sees that you have one inspection in the last, 5 months, and you've got 10 trucks on the road, that's suspect double broker. And you could ask John about that, or Genie in a Bottle about that. That's suspect double broker. So that's what they use to do that. They're trying to prevent double brokering. Now, if you've been in business for 5 years and you've got, one truck on the road and you've got a bunch of inspections, that means you're obviously not a very safe person. So they're not going to give you a load. That's the formula that they use. Now, whether it's right or wrong, I think it's wrong, but they have every right to do it. That's what they use. And when they come back and they say, we're not giving you this load because of inspections, 9 times out of 10, that's what it is. If you put down that you've got a fleet of 200 trucks and you only got 5 inspections in the last 6 months, they're not going to give you that load. So that's a lot of times that's what that's about. And I'll leave that one right there.
Well, I think coming out and bringing it out of all the advantages of signing up for NOAA, I go right back to the 23% versus the 25% in the regular brokerage houses that are giving you nothing. So you're charging them a lesser rate, giving them all the access to all the different, aspects of trucking, insurance, life insurance, health insurance, leasing, parts, tires. I don't see where it's a lose. And those people that are naysayers, they don't want to know, Mike. That's obvious. So now that you guys are getting some traction, you got a lot of guys signing up for the site. I mean, you're good sign. It's a good sign. So unfortunately, it's about that time. Kind of we'll think about putting last thoughts up, and maybe we can have some people come up and give their last thoughts, and maybe we'll put a bow on the show. So if you'd like to go first there, Jennifer, that'd be great.
Yeah, I started the show talking about the big box brokers and talking about people like the government. I want to throw Amazon in there too. They have all of the Amazon relay loads, and they give they also have Amazon loads there where they move empty trailers and they don't even have BOLs. You just take pictures of the pickup and drop off. And all these loads get double brokered, and then they come back and pay everything at 50%. Kind of wondering if that's kind of like a little shady there. Are they in on that themselves?
Probably. Sounds a little shady.
Yeah, Jeannie, I could tell you, if you're out there doing Amazon loads, which you shouldn't be because that right there is modern day slavery. I make sure at least if you're getting the loads, you're signed up with Amazon. You know what I mean? Because Amazon and Uber, I think, have the most double brokered loads out there. And I don't know why they allow that to go on, but these people in these other countries are just making out like bandits off of Amazon loads and Uber loads. So all I could say is if you are out there actively carrying loads for those two, make sure you're at least getting them directly from their load boards and you're signed up with them because first of all, their loads are garbage from start. I mean, if there was a word I could use that was worse than saying their loads are garbage, I would use it, but I can't see why anyone would carry anything for either one of those companies. I mean, Uber is not as bad as Amazon, but I mean, somebody should really sit that guy down and have a talk with him because that shit right there is incredible. I mean, he's got loads on his load board, no joke, $60, man. $60. 60. I swear to you, 60.
And I'll
I
tell you,
mean,
Mike, they eat that stuff up out there. These carriers, they want to be part of Amazon Relay so bad they can't stand themselves, and their Amazon Relay account gets revoked, and they come crying to me about how they can't. They don't know why I got. Anyways, I haven't. We do work with Amazon's lead legal counsel. He's our direct line to Amazon. Amazon is now like the Wonka factory. Nobody goes in, nobody comes out. You can't call them. You can't get a hold of anybody on the telephone. So I even tried calling their fraud prevention to let them know about some double brokered loads, and nobody even called me back. I emailed them; they didn't email me back. So, but I can get the loads paid because I do have their legal counsel. It's just that they have so many claims right now; they're taking over a month to review them. So, just saying, you're right. Amazon's at the top of the list there. Uber's at the top of the list there. Pepsi's at the top of the list. So, go get them.
okay. Amazon, you can't get anyone on the phone because Amazon is set up in a way, well, the relay division is set up in a way where they call you if there's an issue. There's no way of getting them on the phone. You have to work internally on their website. So they have a grievance process that you go through with Amazon. Now, all of Amazon's customer services is outsourced. None of these people are based in the United States. They're all in India. They have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're doing. They're reading off of a script. A lot of times they have to transfer you to another office, and they don't just transfer you. You have to wait to be called back. They send them an email telling them to contact you because you have a different issue than what their department handles, and you have to hang up and sit there and wait for them to call you back. Amazon is an absolute mess. It is a garbage company. He was very smart the way he did it in the beginning. Amazon was okay. It was a great company. Everybody wanted to work with Amazon. They were paying nice. It was harder to get signed up with them. But then when they started this relay program, it just turned into like the projects, and it's horrible. And it's just another run-of-the-mill company that is just trying to make money off the backs of truckers. Uber started out that way, and it's still that way, and it will continue to be that way until they go out of business, which is most likely going to happen soon. They've already announced that they're thinking about closing that program down or selling it because they have not been profitable since they started it. I think they had one profitable year since they started Uber Freight, and they lose money every year because it's another one. It's an absolute shit show, to say the least. If you do business, I used to do business with both of them. I have accounts with both of them. I've had issues with both of them, and I had to deal with their customer service. It's all outsourced. You're speaking to people that can barely speak English. They have no idea what goes on in the United States. They're reading off of scripts. So, like any other mega company in this country, that's what you're dealing with. So at least if you're going to carry loads for them, make sure you're getting them from them directly, because I got caught in a double broker scam about a month ago with one of my drivers, and I had no idea it was an Uber load. I thought it was a legitimate broker, and I thought it was his load. When we got to the receiver, they clearly stated this is an Uber load, and we had no idea. So, yeah, it was a mess. So be careful. Thank you.
Michael, you've been waiting with your hand up patiently. Go ahead. Oop, that might have been my big finger. Try again, Mike.
I said I just wanted to touch base on that Amazon thing real quick. People be real careful about that. They found that there's a couple of brokers that are out there that are trying to steal the whole damn load. So just be really careful if you've got an Amazon load. You've got, I mean, millions of dollars of just everything in the back of those trailers, and they're trying to steal the whole load. And they've got scams where you'll be at a truck stop and somebody come knocking on your window and they'll say that you've been repowered. And, you know, if you fall for that, drop that trailer and they pick that trailer up and take off, you'll never see it again. So it doesn't matter what that app says. They've figured out a way to crack into the app and say, you know, that put the information that you're actually